Screaming in the car, in the driveway, spinning out, think your life's going sideways. Oh, one broken glass turns to total collapse. Just know this too shall pass. I'm telling you now, telling you now. When it all is down, now we're there. When it all is down, now we're there. I'm telling you now. Sleep is so thin, out of habit, hard to tell the real from the dreams you imagine. Ooh, nights when one broken glass turns to total collapse. Just know this too shall pass. I'm telling you now. When it all is down, now we're there. Catching up fast. Baby, don't you look back. Don't you look back. I'm keeping no one. Never stop falls. Don't you worry at all. When it all is down, I'll be there. When it all is down, when it all is down, when it all is down, I'll be there. I'm telling you now. She was a bad girl, nevertheless. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm a wreck. Crash at my place, baby, I'm a wreck. Needless to say, I'm keeping her check. She was a bad girl, nevertheless. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm a wreck. Crash at my place, baby, you're a wreck. Thinking in a bad way, losing your grip. Screaming at my face, baby, don't trip. Someone took a big L, I don't know how that felt. Looking at you sideways, party on tilt. Ooh, certain things you just can't refuse. She wanna ride me like a cruise, and I'm not trying to lose. Then you're left in the dust, unless I stop by ya. You're a sunflower, I think your love would be too much. Or you'd be left in the dust, unless I stop by ya. You're the sunflower, you're the sunflower. Every time I'm leaving on you, you don't make it easy, no. Wish I could be there for you. Give me a reason to. Every time I'm walking out, I can hear you telling me to turn around. Fighting for my trust, say you won't back down. Even if we gotta risk it all right now. I know you're scared of the unknown. You don't wanna be alone. I know I always come and go, but it's out of my control. You'll be left in the dust, unless I start by. You're the sunflower, I think your love would be too much. You'll be left in the dust, unless I start by you. You're the sunflower, you're the sunflower. BBC Radio 1. I love you for all the hurt and all the pain, all the sunshine and the rain. This feeling that I know you're giving me, no lies, you're loving me, hugging me, touching me. You're giving me, you're giving me. You're giving me step by step when you're moving in. When you come to the club and you're tuning in, Hold tight to your man, cause I'm moving in. 4x4 is cruising in. Oh, you got me feeling good. Won't you come on, baby? Oh, you got me feeling good. You know I want you, baby. Step by step, when you're moving in. When you come to the club, when you're tuning in. Hold tight to your man, cause I'm moving in. 4x4 is cruising in. Oh, you got me feeling good. Won't you come on, baby? Oh, you got me feeling good. You know I want you, baby. You know I want you, baby. You know I want you, baby. Oh, you got me feeling good. You know I want you, baby. You know I want you, baby. You know I want you, baby. Oh, you got me feeling good. You know I want you, baby. I love you for all the hurt and all the pain, all the sunshine and the rain. It's the love that I know you're giving me. No lies, loving me, hugging me, touching me. You're giving me. Moving in. When you come to the club and you're tuning in. Hold tight to your man, cause I'm moving in. 4x4 is cruising in. Oh, you got me feeling good. Won't you come on, baby? Oh, you got me feeling good. You know I want you, baby. You know I want you, baby. You know I want you, baby. Oh, you got me feeling good. You know I want you, baby. You know I want you, baby. You know I want you, baby. Oh, you got me feeling good. You know I want you, baby.
Massive fan of this one from Jazzy. It's called Giving Me, and it's basically on BBC Radio 1. It's 7 minutes past 5 on your Monday home time. You're going home with Vic and Jordan.
And right now, at 7 minutes past 5, it's time for this. What are you having for tea? Hey, Vic and Jordan, Chloe, Jack here, driving back from Manny. Been at Park Life for the weekend, so we're off for a curry tonight for Jack's 25th birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Jack. Hiya, it's Chris and Cal from Carmarthen here. We're having smoked haddock with poached eggs and tender stem broccoli.
Afternoon, Vic and Jordan. Tammy and Leeds is having chicken and chili cheese quesadilla with salad and a cheeky woo-woo cocktail. Woo-woo.
I think it was a quesadilla.
Oh, that's the one, quesadilla. What did I say?
But I like it.
Quesadilla. It's whatever.
Oh, I love you.
It's a wrap.
That is a wrap, that's a wrap.
It's a wrap with cheese in.
Hi, Vic and Jordan. Already both okay, so this message. Lorna, Reese and Connie from Norfolk are having chicken curry with rice, onion bhajis and naan bread tonight.
Imogen is having pesto smothered chicken with potatoes bravas and mozzarella tomato and basil salad.
Oh, that's a bit of me, that. Chrissy in Sunderland is having grass-fed beef burgers on the barbie. Absolute must in this weather.
Hi guys, Michael from Liverpool. Tonight tea is haggis with carrot and potato mash, white cabbage and cashews and cream and the whiskey what is it? Obligatory whiskey gravy. I cannot read today.
No, you're doing great. And also whiskey gravy with your haggis, yes please. Emma and Chris from Inverness are having chicken fajitas and then white chocolate cookies for dessert.
Steve and Katie from Edinburgh, we're having Chinese pork loins, burgers and chicken kebabs on the barbecue until we finish painting this fence. Starting at 9 o'clock, they're still going.
Charlotte is having lemony green veg gnocchi.
Anna in Bournemouth is currently making a delicious lentil lasagna with mushroom sauce.
And Hayley in Norwich is having a gooey cheese omelette with salads and a little herby roast potato.
Hi Vic and Jordan, Bethany Humphrey from Manchester having Vicky Tea tonight, English tapas at his finest.
Yes, me and my girlfriend have got chicken and truffa jambalaya with garlic flatbread, says Matt in Peterborough.
Gosh.
Diamonds under my eyes. Turn the rhythm up, don't you wanna just come along for the ride? Oh, my outfit's so tight, you can see my heartbeat tonight. I can take the heat, baby, best believe that's the moment I shine. Cause every romance shakes and it bends, don't give a damn. When the night's here, I don't do tears, baby, no chance. I can dance, I can dance, I can dance. Watch me dance, dance the night away. My heart could be burning, but you won't see it on my face. Watch me dance, dance the night away. I'll still keep the party running, I'm working out of pace. Lately, I've been moving close to the edge, still been looking my best. I stay on the beat, you can count on me, I ain't missing no steps. 'Cause every romance shakes and it bends, don't give a damn. When the nights here, I don't do tears, baby, no chance. I could dance, I could dance, I could dance. Watch me dance the night away. My heart could be burning, but you won't see it on my face. Watch me dance the night away. I'll still keep the party burning up one day out of place. When my heart breaks, when my world shakes, I don't play safe. Don't you know about me? I could dance, I could dance, I could dance. Even when the tears fall down like diamonds on my face, I'll still keep the party going. I'm here out of this. Yes, I can. The tears fall down like diamonds. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I'm here out of this. Watch me dance, dance the night away. My heart could be burning, but you won't see it on my face. Watch me dance the night away. I'll still keep the party running on one day out of place. When my heart breaks, when my world shakes, I don't play safe. Don't you know about me? I could dance, I could dance, I could dance.
Dua Lipa and Dance the Night on BBC Radio 1. Excited for that. It's a soundtrack to the Barbie movie.
Oh,
Which I can't get my head around. I don't know what it's going to be like, but I'm intrigued. No, not for you.
I'll watch it and then I'll report back.
Well, good, as it should be.
Yeah.
That's an informed review. And Christopher has texted in saying, wow, some people are very posh, having very sophisticated meals. I'm just eating chicken and bread.
My mate Sam Andy, who we know very well.
Oh, Sam.
Lovely Sam.
Oh, Sam.
He always says when he listens to what you're having for your tea, it always makes shades in because everyone else like posh teas, don't they?
Well, the whole idea is that, like, it gives you ideas.
Yeah.
So maybe you haven't thought of some of those things. I hadn't even thought about a really like gooey, cheesy omelette for so long. But then when someone texted that in, I just thought, oh yeah, that would be nice.
I would like to try some haggis and obligatory whiskey.
Oh no.
Like Michael and Liverpool. What are you having tonight? Have you been inspired? Do you know what you're having?
I don't know. After hearing about that omelette, the wetter the better. I'm kind of up for it. But I don't know. We'll see. See what we fancy in the sun.
I'm going to fire up the Barbie tonight. So over the weekend on Friday, I got a gas barbecue delivered. Right, and hear me out before you all start.
I thought you were against gas barbecues.
Yeah, I was. All the barbecue enthusiasts were saying, oh, it doesn't taste the same. It's pretty much the same. And it's, you fire it up, takes 10 minutes, throw your chicken on, your corn on the cob. I've been having loads of picky bits in the garden this weekend because of a gas barbecue.
Because it's easier and it's quicker. Fair enough.
I'm converted. I am. Loads of people save it. I'll be like, oh, it's better with the charcoal, but then you've got to get the charcoal on and everything like that. It's a bit of a nightmare.
We've got one of those green eggs.
Oh, I know someone that's got one of them.
I mean, we've not used it yet. It's new. Is it good?
Oh, you're doing well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, they're good.
Are they?
They're like a barbecue, but it's an egg and you put lid on. They're
Yeah.
really good. I had trout on a green egg.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there you go.
You have changed.
Yeah. I didn't know you had one of them. I've got a little cookbook for you actually.
Well, do you want to come over? You can help me, Barbie.
Yeah, I've got a little green egg cookbook.
Lovely.
Walk up in this black stop, I say. She over here talking about not bootleg. I'm so west, this should be my last name. Ay, I'm looking for a cutie, someone who won't betray. Yeah, and my love goes deep. If I say this what I mean. I see you get you talk new stream. My forever is forever, killing nothing come between. Diamonds in my ear, put your wifey in the trance. After we kick it, I'ma turn it to a fan. Can't respect it, that's on me to man. I'm loyal to I'm loyal to my fam. Y'all switch sides like Stacey Dash. Pride is the cost, so price the tag. For 45 minutes, I'ma get the bag. Finna be there for my sons, like my name's Stephen Nash. All booker, it's a light cooker. My pride, yes, first year, look on this catering, meaning we don't need no DJ. Not a place for a face, we done seen like C-Say. eyes, but you staring at my lips. You be talking about your mama, but you thinking about my. I catch on these new moments in this. I told her get a grip, then she hit me with a grip.
In public.
She's so loud, she sounds so disgusting. He's so loud, it sound like a discussion. I hit it with some rhythm, call it percussion. Make that broke her up and under. Hit it like Anderson, pack that baby, I handle it. No matter if you with somebody new, you gon' think about me and I'll think about you too.
Really like this one. It's brand new, it's called Forever, and it's from Pharrell Williams and Amine and Kate Trinada, but Amine and Kate Trinada together are called Kate Traname. Kate Traname.
May and
Does that make sense?
Ketriana together are called Kitramine.
Yeah.
That's class.
Producer Sophie's going, sort of. No.
Kate Tramine.
Kate Tramine, so it's Amine. Anyway, you get the picture.
Let's go.
I want to talk to you about an undercover mission.
On BBC iPlayer.
Hate to break it to you, Clinton, but we ain't straight.
A brand new comedy thriller.
Hey, this is a stakeout, not a sleepover for your 10th birthday.
Black Ops. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
BBC
Radio 1.
I need to lay down, only just got up. I feel so uninspired, I feel like giving up. I feel like someone has punched me in the guts. I kinda like it cause it feels like being alive. My appetite, I cannot sleep at night, I cannot concentrate, I cannot feel too great. I'm just caving in, I'm kinda struggling, I kinda like it cause it feels like being I tried to meditate, but I just medicate. Pour me another drink, don't wanna have to think. I think I lost my some kind of. I kinda like it cause it feels like being alive.
Being in Love on BBC Radio 1. Sarah in Swansea says, right, so you've got a green egg cookbook but no green egg, Jordan.
Actually, yeah, why?
So I bought the green egg for someone.
The cookbook.
I bought the green egg cookbook for someone. Cookbook.
Sorry.
Nice.
Actually, I'm not sorry, no.
I love the certain way to go proper Jordan. And then I ordered 2 by mistakes. I've got another one. So if I think I know where it is, I'll bring it in for you. You'll love the green egg. It'll change your life, the green egg.
Well, this could be a collaborative project for the two of us. You bring the cookbook, I'll bring the egg. Together we'll create something delicious.
2 years we've been sorting out this games night and cards
not
night.
happened yet, that's it.
Yeah, so yeah, that'll happen in a few years from now. Yeah. Right, should we get on our brand new tune of the week?
Yes! We have got a new tune of the week for you, and it's from Anish Kumar, who we've had before. Remember when he teamed up with Barry Can't Swim, and we kept calling it Manic Piano. Anish Kumar just has this like sound, this style that is all over the place, but in the best possible way. It's like erotic and erratic and fun.
Well,
I meant to say just erratic, but I said erotic.
Oh, did you say
So I tried to cover it.
Oh,
but
okay.
It's not erotic. It's not erotic.
Very
It can be if you want.
very erotic.
I didn't mean to say erotic.
All right, this is
I'm thinking because there's something like energetic horns in it.
right. Yeah, very erotic. This is an Ishikimo Little Miss Dynamite tune of the week.
Stuart in Colchester says, that song is so erotic, my girlfriend's now pregnant, choose me. You can't say erotic so naughty. No, we can. I've meant erratic, if you know what I mean. Craig Shrewsbury says, what a summer banger. Loving listening to this after work in the sun. Energetic horns, says Steve, the software tester. They're always erotic. And Leon Brum says, this is going to be a bit of a radio different Brian.
Yeah, like it's easy to do. Erotic,
Erratic.
exotic. It's one of them.
What I mean to say is, it's an absolute tune. It's from Anish Kumar. It's called Little Miss Dynamite, and it's our tune of the week.
I once got Placid and Flaccid mixed up.
Yeah,
So,
and Keisha and Quickie.
yes.
Remember
so,
that?
Yeah, but mine was to a big BBC boss. We're talking about the seven on air. I said he's very
Placid.
I meant placid. I meant to really
Nice.
calm. Right, we've got the topic songs on the way very, very soon. Someone's texting saying, I've just tuned back in. Did Ant and Dec get back in touch regarding the mysterious flag that went missing?
Yes, they did.
BBC.
Radio 1.
Open up, ready for a connection. I'm born, brave enough to say I feel it. I'm the one waiting by the phone, the one who was home alone. Did I realize you were only messing around? Yeah, you played it like a game, never called it by its name. Isn't it a shame how I'm the one that far away? The kiss you never tasted. Tell me that you hate it. Hate that I'm no longer in your reach. If I can't say it, maybe you can change it. But if you never put it on the line, how am I gonna sign for it? Yeah, you never let me know what you want. Maybe that's what I'm just need to know if you're gonna see. The one that got away, the kiss you never tasted. Tell me that you hate it, baby. No longer your reach. If I can't say it, maybe you can change it. But if you never put it on the line, how am I gonna sign for it? Yeah, you never know what you want. Maybe that's fine. The one that got away, the kiss you never tasted. Tell me that you hate it, baby. I'm no longer in your reach. If I can't say it, maybe you can change it. But if you never put it on the line, how am I gonna sign for it? Yeah, you never know what you want. That's why the one that got away, the kiss you never tasted. The one that got away, tell me that you hate it.
Moona, One That Got Away on BBC Radio 1. You got on with Vic and Jordan every Monday to Thursday at 3:30 till 6. And every day at 5:30 we do this, a little thing called the Something Songs.
BBC
Radio 1.
This is Something Songs. Robbie in Southport is our Something Songs DJ today. Robbie, what's your something old? Go on.
So my something old is one of my favourite artists, or my favourite artist, I should say, is Ed Sheeran, and the song is "You Need Me, I Don't Need You."
You need me, I don't need you.
Yeah,
That's good. That's a good impression.
Is that Ed Sheeran?
it was a good impression. It was a very good impression.
He raps so fast in it.
You can't see me, but I'm holding up a 10.
Wow.
Thanks, Robbie. That's the only time I've ever got. I'm talking about on Strictly.
Why have you picked it then, Robbie? Because he's your favourite artist.
He's my favourite artist, and yeah, I think it's one of the best songs off his first album.
This was really early days, wasn't it? It was such an exhibition of his capabilities, that fast rapping.
Yes, I think that's what drew me to it more, because I'm a sort of grime rap fan as well, but Ed Sheeran, he can do it both. He's got a fantastic voice, he's amazing on the guitar, he's good on the loop pedal, and he can rap a bit as well.
Let's get it on right now, your old track. He's Ed Sheeran, You Need Me, I Don't Need You.
Sound, break it down, thinking of making a new sound. Different show every night in front of a new crowd, that's you now. Child seems the laugh is great now. See me lose focus, I just sing to you loud. I can't, no, I won't hush. I say the words that make you blush. I'm gonna sing this now. Ow, ow. I'm true, my soul's where my heart is. I'm like blue, I stick to other artists. I'm not like you, now that'll be disastrous. Let me sing and do my thing, I'll make you green and process. I'm real, I do it all, it's all me. I'm not fake, don't ever call me lazy. I won't stay put, commit the chance to be free. Suffocating people, so they suffocate me. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. But so you need me, man, I don't need you. 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 But so you need me. Sing my own tune, I write my own verse. So don't need another wordsmith to make my tune sell. Call yourself a singer, rather you're just bluffing. Names on the credits and you didn't write nothing. I sing fast, I know that all that's cool. I will pass and I didn't go to Bristol. I came fast with the way I act right. I can't last if I'm smoking on a pipe. I won't be a product of my genre, my mind will always be stronger. Like my songs are unbelievable, that's they guys see you. Always read the stories I can hear on Wikipedia. Immediately I'm demonstrating when I form laughter, I try and meditate. Sometimes at the enterprise when some better film me. Young singer, writer like Gabriella chill me. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. But so you need me, man, I don't need you. 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 But so you need me, 'cause with the lyrics I'll be aiming it right. I want
won't stop till my name's in lights. Stadium heights with Damien Rice on red carpets. Now I'm on Arabian Nights because I'm young. I know my brother's gonna give me advice. Long nights, short height, never be anything but I sing a song. Game's over, but now I'm on a new level. Track without a loop pedal. People around the globe, I've done around about 1,000 shows, but I haven't got a house, cause I live on the couch. People lyrics when I'm singing them out. Wow, from day one I've been prepared. 3 or 5 packs on my ginger hair, so now I'm back to the soul, forgiving the boss of what the future holds, cause it's another day, plus I keep but I keep it genre basic, breaking it, so I just be change when I chase it and replace it with the elephant in the room with the face it. Doing other rapper shoes and new laces and telling CDs from my brother's side. And for the babies telling CDs from my brother's side. And for the majors that you want to get the stack until they get the buzz back. Link up big without a razor for the mustache I hit back. When the pen hurts me, I'm still a crowd boy and nothing trusts me. I'm still the same as a year ago. No people hear me going through into the MySpace and YouTube videos. I'm always doing shows if I'm not, I'm in the studio. Usually broke, never growing up, call me reveal. Melody music maker, reading all the papers. They say I'm up and coming like I'm f***ing in an elevator. See me, man, I don't need you. See me, man, I don't need you. See me, man, I don't need you. It's like, see me, man, I don't need you. 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 It's like, see me, man, I don't need you.
Ed Sheeran, You Need Me, I Don't Need You is Robbie, something old on the something song. Good to hear that again, Robbie, so thank you.
Not heard that in ages. Next up is your new track, Robbie.
So for my new track, I have picked Janelle Monáe and Floats.
Yeah, lovely. How can you thinking this?
Well, the first time I heard it, was stuck in my head all day. Got home and walking around the house just randomly saying float, and my partner Sophie, she was asking me what I'm going on about. Showed her the song and she also ended up really liking it, so now both of us are walking around the house saying float.
You're floating together, that's beautiful,
Oh,
That's
Very
it.
romantic.
We're floating in tandem.
Well, if that's not love, I don't know what is. Let's get it on. This is Janelle Monáe and Float. Let's all float together.
No, I'm not the same. I think I done changed. See, something not the same. I used to walk into the room, head down. I don't walk, now I float on my float on the stuff. They hanging on and they go style like up. Float on my float on the stuff. I don't step, I don't walk, I don't dance, I just float. I don't dance, I just I'm light as a feather, yeah, baby, I float. It's hard to look at my resume and not find a reason to toast. She throwing that thing in a circle, making it viral, I might just elope. Say, listen, Lamar, you like Shabari? Watch while I show you the rope. I used to let them get to me. I used to be my own enemy. Now I done had several epiphanies. Over some breakfast at Tiffany's. Had to forgive all my frenemies. They are not who they pretend to be. I had to protect all my energy. I'm feeling much lighter. Now I float on my float, let's go. They hanging on and they go style like up. Float on my float, just float. I don't step, I don't walk, I don't dance, I just float. I don't dance, I just float. I just float. I'll wear the tire, check out the robe, I'm fresh like a pole. I'm doing my dance, I'm kind of Moran, and you got a coat. I'm counting my blessings, we ain't stressing, just look at this glow. I got that magic, I'm really prepared for whatever, whenever, so who wants to smoke? Came back from the future to take all y'all. They said I was by, yeah baby, I'm by a whole nother coast. She's staying in heels, he's staying in Atlanta, I'm bigger than both. My face not don't come with a limit, I swipe it, I spin it, I swear I be doing the most. Float on my phone, let's go. They hanging on and they go style like up. Float on my phone, let's go. I don't step, I don't walk, I don't dance, I just float. I don't dance, I just
Girl Money and Flo is Robbie in Southport, Something New track. He's 29 years old on the Something Songs today, and next up is your borrowed track, Robbie.
So this is where they start getting a little bit tenuous, the links. My borrowed track, I have picked Money by Stone.
Wow, quite an eclectic array of songs, is that right?
Yeah, eclectic.
Eclectic.
It sounded a little bit like you said epileptic.
Oh, no, yeah, sorry, eclectic array of songs. Why have you picked this, Robbie?
Well, I do like the bands, but I tried to pick some songs where I could have some funny links with, obviously, the Something songs, and I thought borrowed. You know, I think one of the most borrowed things in the world probably is money.
Okay.
That's a good link. I reckon the second most borrowed thing after money is probably clothes or tools.
I can justify the tools bit, being in the trade business myself.
Oh, what?
Tools are getting borrowed and all sorts.
What'd you do? Let me guess, joiner.
I'm a kitchen installer, so you would say a joiner, but I'm actually, by qualifications, I'm actually an electrician.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's handy to know. So when the people put the kitchen in for us, right, they didn't connect the extractor properly. So now we can't.
Are we doing this?
I was just wondering, because I don't know if it's now the electricians we should be getting back in touch with, or the person who is like responsible for the hood. There's the extractor fags, the light and the extractor. They come on like they're connected. I want them separate. I want to be able to do the two knobs separately.
You'd have to speak to the supplier, I guess, and then the fitter.
And then the fitter afterwards.
Yeah. Should we get this track on then, or what?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this is your borrowed track. It's Stone and Money.
Wings are full speed, such ordinance and pain. Slide through the stairs of the young world's right. Lord, give me the strength. I promise from the screen. Ride through the lands for the beautiful ride. A change, we want it, I feel it's coming. The riches, the flaunting, no money, don't got it. It's so dramatic, the trauma, the panic, the kids, so manic, elated, ecstatic. A change, we want it, I feel it's coming. The riches, the flaunting, no money, don't got it. It's so dramatic, the trauma, the panic, life will go on. Wake up every day, isolated away. Days can be cracked up, sometimes I'm supposed to survive. We crave emotional care. It's okay to be scared. What the future holds in every way time. A change, we want it, I feel it's coming. The riches, the flaunting, no money, don't got it. It's so dramatic, the trauma, the panic, the kids, so manic, elated, ecstatic. A change, we want it, I feel it's coming. The riches, the flaunting, no money, don't got it. It's so dramatic, the trauma, the panic, the kids, so manic, elated, ecstatic. Right now, I like to believe that we go on. We are crazy to be free.
Stone and Money is Robbie Southern borrowed because a lot of people borrow money. That's how it works.
Just had a quote there off there, Robbie.
So you'll do it for me, the extractor fan.
Yeah, sure. I'll swing by and fix it for you, no problem.
Thanks, Robbie.
You'll have to sign an NDA when you go now. That's fun.
Yeah, no.
You laugh like that's a joke, but it's not.
Well, all these rules and regulations, you've got to stick by them.
Robbie, we need your final choice, your blue track. What you playing?
My blue track is Bare Naked Ladies and 1 Week.
Hey! I've not heard this in ages!
Why have you picked this?
It's a fantastic song, but the link to it, now, if I was to say, If you were to watch a video or a movie with a bare naked lady in it, you could say that would be a blue movie.
Oh, okay.
Very good.
Fine.
A blue movie,
Fine.
yes. Are you a fan of blue movies, Robbie?
Next question.
Yeah, good. Correct. Here's your blue check. Bare naked ladies. And 1 week.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Got your hand in the sun, till I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me. The same. Get back together, come back and see me. 3 days in the living room. I realized it's all my fault, but couldn't tell you. Yesterday, you've forgiven me. But it's 3 days till I say I'm sorry. Then I want to hoodwink. Doesn't make you stop think. You think you're looking at Aquaman. I summon fish to the dish, although I like the shallow Swiss. I like the sushi, cause it's never been to frying pan. Hot like wasabi when I bust rhymes. Speak like the hand rhymes, because I'm all about value. Burger campers got the mad hits. You try to match wits. You try to hold me, but I bust through. Can make a break and take a pick out like a stinking egg and shake out like vanilla. It's the finest of the flavors. Gonna see the chokers and you'll know the vertigo is gonna go, cause it's so dangerous. You'll have to sign a waiver. I can't help it if I think you're funny when you're mad. Trying hard to smile, though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean, well, you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of taking off my shirt. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. 3 years in the air, it's been crazy. 5 days since you tackled me. I still have the reference on both my knees. It's been 3 days since the afternoon. You realize it's not my fault, but I'm too soon. Yesterday, you've forgiven me. I was back and wait till you say you're sorry. Chicken, trying out the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops sticking. Watching X-Files with the lights on, with all our mates on. All of the smoky meds in this one, like Harrison Ford, I'm getting frantic. Like saying I'm 10 trick, like singers guaranteed to satisfy. Like Kurosawa, I make mad films. Yeah, I don't make films, but if I did that as a samurai, you'd get a set of better clips and the kind of tiny enough just so my irons are always flying off the backswing. You get into my Sailor Moon, cause the cartoonist got the boom anime babes that make me think the wrong thing. How can I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile, but I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean, you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of losing my shirt. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Dropped your eyes to the side and said I'm sorry. 5 days since I laughed at you and said you just did just what I thought you were gonna do. 3 days since I living room. We realized I'm both to blame, but what did we do yesterday? You just smiled at me because it was 2 days to waste and we're sorry.
Big Hope singing every lyric to that.
Oh my god, I forgot about this. Chicken to China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick, but your brain starts chicken. Watch the next X-Files with the lights on, with the maze on. I missed this track.
That was Robbie's Something Blue, Bare Naked Ladies, and 1 week.
Back-to-back bangers, listen to Radio 1 Anthems.
Radio 1 Anthem.
Tell your smart speaker to ask BBC Sounds to play Radio 1 Anthems.
Right, should we do it all tomorrow at 3:30?
Oh, I'd love to. What a great day.
Here's Priya Newsbeat.
Radio 1 Newsbeat.
Hello, Manchester.
Manchester City fans here from a long time before the parade even gets going.
Newsbeat.
Yes, Mike from Radio Manchester will be on with us and all of the Manchester City fans there very soon, because they are a team with a whole lot to celebrate. If you are a fan with a croaky voice, maybe pinching yourself today, asking if your Champions League win this weekend really happened, well, you're probably on a level with Jack Grealish, who's been doing his share of celebrating for something he says he's been working his whole life for.
This is Newsbeat's Sean DaCosta, back where that work all began for Jack Grealish at Highgate United in Solihull. We're in a leafy part of the West Midlands. Behind us is a field of cows, and the big red gates here are shut today. But looking through, you can see the single stand in front of the pitch where Grealish first played. He's come a long way from here to winning the Champions League for the first time in Manchester City's history. It's fair to say he's been celebrating it too.
We're in Man City.
On the pitch, he's known for his dribbling skills, smoother than his floppy hair. After leaving here at the age of 6, he moved to Aston Villa, where he spent 19 years.
Hey, Grealish, brilliant goal! What a goal by Jack Grealish.
But up the road is the town of Solihull, where Grealish grew up.
Hi Newsbeat, I'm a Birmingham City fan. I think it's good that there's some talent from Solihull. It's nice to see that there's definitely some development in the sports industry here. I think it shows that we have promise in Birmingham as well.
Hi Newsbeat, this is Adam from Solihull. I'm a United fan.
So, how do you feel about Man City winning the treble then?
I feel like they should give someone else a chance, man. They just keep winning.
What do you reckon about Jack Grealish? He's from around here, isn't he?
He's a good guy, man. I like him off the pitch as well, the way he acts and stuff. And he's a good bowler as well.
Hi Newsbeat, I'm Mustafa from Birmingham. He's made Brum like less of a laughing stock, you know what I mean?
And as we speak, he's getting set to parade around Manchester, celebrating with his teammates their historic treble. They've won not only the Champions League, but the FA Cup and the Premier League.
So is Manchester ready for a big night of celebrations?
Hey Newsbeat, it's Mike in the City Centre of Manchester, where the City fans have gathered to welcome home their heroes. Adverse weather threats of lightning have meant a delay to the stage show hasn't stopped the fans singing loud and proud and wearing their club colours and waving their banners.
All right, Mike, stay put there. We'll come back to you very soon. But it's not just been a weekend of big football news, but there's also been quite a lot happening in the world of politics too.
This is
BBC
News.
Big stories about two former leaders, Boris Johnson and Nicola Sturgeon. Now let's say hello to Adam Fleming for this. Hiya, Adam.
Hello.
Now you are from the BBC podcast Newscast, and fair to say has reported on many a political moments in your time. Probably a silly question to ask if you even bothered trying to watch the football.
So actually on Saturday, I was around at my friend's house drinking mojitos in his back garden, and he is the producer of a BBC politics programme. So all the planning he'd done for today's episode went out the window. And he had to hit the phones.
Okay, so tell us why Nicola Sturgeon, former First Minister of Scotland, getting arrested is such a big deal.
Well, first of all, it's Nicola Sturgeon, incredibly successful politician and previously an absolutely towering figure in Scotland. Then there's the level of this police investigation. We've had prime ministers being fined for Partygate, but a head of government in the UK being arrested by the police, then released without charge. That's never happened before. And then there's just the big picture thing of what does all of this mean for the Scottish National Party in the future, because they have dominated Scottish politics for ages and ages. And Newsbeat's Ikra Farouk has been looking at some of this.
Yeah, thanks for that, Adam. A huge moment for Scottish politics with the arrest and release of former Scottish leader Nicola Sturgeon. I know you'll all have a number of questions you want to ask me. Lots of questions. You could imagine what would happen to Miss Sturgeon in a matter of months, going from being one of Scotland's most popular leaders to being questioned by police for 7 hours before being released. So what's this all about? Money hasn't gone missing? Yep, it's about money. £660,000 of donations given to the SNP from people who want Scotland to be independent from the rest of the UK. After the last independence vote in 2014, the money was supposed to be used for another referendum campaign. That hasn't happened yet. I think fair to say this is not the easiest time. I'm not saying that for sympathy. It is what it is. Humza Yousaf is the current leader of the party after Nicola Sturgeon resigned back in February. I'm making my decision clear now. I'd flee the SNP. Soon after, her husband was arrested at their home in Glasgow in connection with the finances investigation. He was also released like Nicola Sturgeon. Miss Sturgeon's message is clear, saying in a statement last night she knows beyond doubt that she is innocent, and this has all been deeply distressing.
For me, it's quite personally painful. People know my friendship, long-standing friendship with Nicola Sturgeon.
The police investigation has been going on for 2 years now and is still ongoing. Some party members have called for Nicola Sturgeon to quit. They think she's a
bit of a distraction to the party and to the work of government. And so I think that the leadership in Humza need to really think about taking decisive action.
And to that, the new man in charge of Scotland, Humza Yousaf, has said in the last few hours,
"No, I'll not suspend Nicola's membership. I'll do what I believe is right to the values of natural justice."
Hey, Chris, thank you. So then on to the other leader in the headlines, Boris Johnson. He has now stood down as an MP after quitting as Prime Minister last summer. Charlotte Simpson's reminding us what went down.
I have just been to see Her Majesty the Queen.
July 2019, and the moment Boris Johnson became Prime Minister.
And I have accepted.
It was the Conservative Party's best result in 30 years.
We'll work flat out to give this country the leadership it deserves.
Johnson's first year in power wasn't an easy ride. 8 months in, the COVID pandemic hit.
I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home.
But it was rules like these and questions over whether Boris Johnson and some of his top team had stuck to them that would bring us to the moment he quit the job in July 2022.
And I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world.
Out of office, but not out of the spotlight. A committee that looks at ministers' behaviour started investigating whether the former PM had misled Parliament about knowing about parties at Downing Street when the public were meant to be staying at home.
I'm fucking knackered. Oh my god. Well, I'm going to sleep.
In the south, some changes to the school inspection system following the death of head teacher Ruth Perry. But do they go far enough? And after being told he may never walk again, Brian battles back with a marathon achievement.
Good evening to you. A war of words has erupted at the very top of the Conservative Party, revealing the splits within. Rishi Sunak says the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson asked him to do something he wasn't prepared to do and overrule the panel vetting Mr. Johnson's resignation honours list for the House of Lords. 8 of the people put forward were rejected by the Appointments Commission. Mr. Johnson then pushed back with a fiery statement this afternoon describing the claims as rubbish. Our political editor, Chris Mason, has the very latest from Westminster.
Back in the country, still in the headlines and generating more. Tonight, Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak are in open public conflict. Boris Johnson and his allies accuse the Prime Minister of secretly blocking peerages for some of Mr. Johnson's closest associates. Rishi Sunak is normally cautious, circumspect in what he says in public. Not today.
Boris Johnson asked me to do something that I wasn't prepared to do because I didn't think it was right. That was to, either overrule the HOLAC committee or to make promises to people. Now, I wasn't prepared to do that. As I said, I didn't think it was right. And if people don't like that, then tough. When I got this job, when I got this job, I said I was going to do things differently because I wanted to change politics, and that's what I'm doing.
Rishi Sunak making a moral argument and contrast with the Prime Minister before last, unwilling to overrule HOLAC, the House of Lords Appointments Commission. Boris Johnson wasn't willing to face questions or appear in front of the cameras today. But take a look at this. He told us Rishi Sunak is talking rubbish. To honour these peerages, it was not necessary to overrule HOLAC, but simply to ask them to renew their vetting, which was a mere formality.
Rigorous testing.
This sounds technical. It is.
Nadine.
Hi.
She's done a lot of splicing. She's the original Spice Girl.
But it matters for those who thought they'd get a peerage and didn't, like the former Cabinet Minister Nadine Dorries. But it matters too because all this has plunged relations between the Prime Minister and Mr Johnson into the deep freeze. The Conservative squabble fest getting noisy again. Meanwhile, here, the Privileges Committee has been looking into Boris Johnson's integrity or the lack of it. It looks like we'll see their report on Wednesday. He has already seen it and resigned in advance, claiming the committee is a kangaroo court. And his friends reckon, plenty of folk around here, just want rid of him. You've suggested that the establishment has been kind of out to get Boris Johnson. Who is the establishment?
Well, good question, isn't it? But I mean, that's my personal experience. I tweeted over the weekend that, in my experience, the establishment tried to block Boris, block Brexit. I saw that when I was in.
But who is the establishment? You're a knight of the realm. Maybe you're the establishment.
Maybe I am. You've got me there. But I saw that when I was a minister in Theresa May's government. I actually think there is, a feeling that, Boris was never really forgiven for getting Brexit done.
Isn't the simple truth that Boris Johnson misled Parliament?
We haven't seen the report yet, so we don't know if he did intentionally or recklessly mislead Parliament.
Opposition parties say all of this is a total mess.
Most MPs think we should be getting onto the proper job now. The Boris Johnson moment is dead. He's toast. There is no coming back. The water will close very quickly over him, but there is an internecine welfare going on within the Conservative Party.
This is how far Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak were apart when the law mandated social distancing. They're a whole lot further apart tonight. Couple of other nuggets of news to bring you, Clive, tonight. So 2 of the 3 MPs who said that they would walk away have now formally done so. Boris Johnson and Nigel Adams completing that process inside the last hour. We await Nadine Dorries completing that formality. But the thing that really matters and stands out today is that intervention from Rishi Sunak, that direct criticism of Boris Johnson. The strategy from number 10 seems to be to try to extinguish the flames and fumes of Mr. Johnson directly. The challenge for them in what they might see as an exercise in defumigation is it might take some time.
Okay, Chris, thank you for that. Chris Mason there, a political editor at Westminster. A man has appeared in court in County Antrim accused of murdering a 21-year-old woman who'd been missing for more than a week. Detectives began a murder inquiry in the search for Chloe Mitchell in Ballymena after finding suspected human remains. Brandon John Rainey, who's 26, appeared via video link at Ballymena Magistrates Court, as our Ireland correspondent Emma Vardy now reports.
The disappearance of 21-year-old Chloe Mitchell saw Ballymena become the focus of a huge search operation to find her.
That's just twice as the other side of that.
Volunteers and specialist teams were involved, but the efforts were brought to an end last night as police announced they had found human remains and now believed Chloe had been murdered. Today, 26-year-old Brandon John Rainey from Ballymena appeared in court charged with her murder. A paranoid schizophrenic, the court heard, who'd previously escaped 3 times from a secure unit. He was remanded in custody, while a second man, Ryan Johnston Gordon, also from Ballymena, was charged with concealing evidence. Chloe's family did not attend the court appearance of the 2 men today, in which distressing details were revealed about the case. Her sister paid tribute on social media, saying Chloe was her #1 best friend. A housing block near where Chloe was last seen has been cordoned off by police for several days, and forensics teams are continuing to work on the scene.
can I just say my thoughts and prayers are with the Mitchell family. This is a horrible shadow over this time, and I think we can only hope that they get to the bottom of this crime very, very quickly.
The man charged with Chloe's murder had previously returned to the town repeatedly after absconding from the secure unit, and there will be questions to answer over his circumstances. Well, there's been a real sense of shock here about what happened to Chloe Mitchell. Today, the charity Women's Aid said that Chloe was the 8th woman under the age of 35 to have been killed in Northern Ireland over the past 3 years. Tonight, the police investigation continues, but the focus now will turn to the court process for the two men and the details of Chloe's final movements.
Okay, Emma, thank you for that. Emma Vardy there live in Ballymena in County Antrim. The First Minister of Scotland, Humza Yousaf, says he won't suspend his predecessor, Nicola Sturgeon, from the Scottish National Party after she was arrested in the police investigation into the party's finances. She was released without charge after being questioned for several hours. Let's get the very latest from our Scotland editor, James Cook, who's in Glasgow. James, so Ms Sturgeon carries on her work as an MSP.
Yes, that's right, Clive. Nicola Sturgeon has spoken in a statement of her shock and distress after being arrested. She's the third key figure in the SNP to be arrested and then questioned and released without charge as police investigate what happened to nearly £667,000 worth of political donations. Now, what is happening now is that the Conservatives are saying that Ms Sturgeon should be suspended from the party while that police investigation continues. Labour say that would be standard practice in a case such as this. One SNP MP has even joined in that chorus of calls for her to be suspended. But the First Minister and SNP leader, Ms Sturgeon's successor, Humza Yousaf, said that would not be happening.
The way I tend to operate as leader is to make sure I've got consistent values as a leader. And I will treat Nicola Sturgeon no differently than I've treated, for example, Colin Beattie or indeed others. She has been released without charge. And I think it's so important that presumption of innocence is upheld.
And the former SNP leadership contender, Ash Regan, has suggested another way forward. She has suggested that Ms Sturgeon should basically take the pressure off both Mr Yousaf and the independence movement by voluntarily resigning from the party while these investigations continue. But Ms Sturgeon, who has proclaimed her innocence in the strongest possible terms, showed no sign in her statement of intending to do so. In fact, she said that within a few days, perhaps, she would be back at the Scottish Parliament representing her constituents here in Glasgow Southside.
Okay, James, thanks for that. James Cook there in Glasgow. An 11-year-old British girl shot dead in northwest France has been named. Solène Thornton died while playing in her garden near the town of Quimper in Brittany. It's reported a neighbour opened fire, also seriously injuring the girl's father. Well, our correspondent Hugh Schofield is live at the scene for us this evening. Hugh, this is truly a distressing case.
Extremely so. The Thorntons from Oldham, Rachel and Adrian, and their two daughters, have been living near here at a place called Saint Herbot, a hamlet, for the last 4 years. They're very welcome, happy, loved, respected part of the community here. And it was on Saturday evening, around 10 o'clock, sunny evening, the two girls were playing in a sort of makeshift play area with a swing in their garden, a plot of land behind their home, when suddenly through the hedge came shots fired, now is known by their neighbour. Mr. Thornton was hit, his wife was hit, Solène Thornton, 11 years old, was hit and killed. The other daughter managed to escape, raise the alarm, but by the time that the police came, Solène Thornton was lying dead in her mother's arms. It's now become clear that there was some dispute going on between the Thorntons and their Dutch neighbour. He's been named tonight as Dirk Ratz, a 71-year-old from Antwerp originally, who's been charged with murder, of course, and his wife may have abetted him. That's not clear. There's been some dispute going back perhaps to the fact that Mr. Thornton was clearing the land which separated his home from their home. But what everyone else in the village is saying is that the Dutchman was a reclusive and that they knew that he had it in for the Thorntons. Everyone in the village seems to be very, very happy with their relationship with Mr. Thornton, but they say they did not know this Dutchman at all. And the other thing that's come out this evening is that the man, Dirk Raps, was tested positive for alcohol and cannabis on the night of the attack.
Okay, Hugh, thank you for that. Hugh Schofield there, reporting live for us from Britain. The time is coming up to 6:15. Our top story this evening. And a war of words erupts between Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak about the list of people the former Prime Minister nominated for appointment to the House of Lords.
And coming up, the party continues. Manchester City fans get ready to celebrate with their team as they parade their 3 trophies through the streets here.
And on South today at 6:30, as Gosport gets a new bus station, a row develops over what happens to the current one when it's demolished. And in cricket, the Southern Vipers dig deep to clinch another top trophy.
One of the most dominant and divisive figures in Italian public life, the billionaire media tycoon and former Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, has died. He was 86. He led 4 governments between 1994 and 2011, and became the longest-serving Italian Prime Minister since the Second World War. But he was known at home and abroad as much for his private life as for his politics, facing a string of legal battles and scandals throughout his career. He died in hospital in Milan, from where our Europe editor Katja Adler has more details.
In a country famed for political drama, Silvio Berlusconi is arguably Italy's most memorable modern politician. Screaming headlines and scandals surrounded him. He remained a flamboyant, divisive figure abroad and at home right up to the end of his life.
I thought he was immortal. In any case, I am sorry. Even if I have different beliefs, he is a historic figure for what he did over all these years.
He lived long, but he'd become a totally marginalised figure in politics and society.
A former glitzy or sleazy, depending who you ask, business and media tycoon and owner of AC Milan Football Club, he used fans' Forza Italia, Go Italy chants to promise better things for his country. Silvio Berlusconi first burst onto football-mad Italy's political scene 3 decades ago, pledging a heady mix of straight-talking, intentionally non-politically correct, proud nationalism. The Berlusconi brand of modern populism, including jumping into coalition with Italy's post-fascist far right, shocked many, but also inspired other politicians in Europe and beyond. Silvio Berlusconi remained a huge fan of strongmen politicians like Donald Trump and also Vladimir Putin, with whom he had a close friendship.
This is a great loss, not only for Italy, but also for world politics.
The ties to Moscow worried Italy's NATO and EU allies, especially since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Voted Prime Minister 3 times over the years, Silvio Berlusconi died a key coalition partner in Italy's current government. But he will inevitably be remembered as much for his controversial, not-so-private life too. Who can forget the tales of the so-called bunga bunga sex parties he enjoyed well into his older age?
And if I sometimes see a beautiful girl, I say, better to like girls than to be gay.
He was envied and loathed in Italy almost in equal measure. Silvio Berlusconi also spent years defending himself against charges of corruption, but he used Italy's tortuous legal system to ensure he never went to jail.
Silvio Berlusconi, Italy's flamboyant media mogul and politician who's died at the age of 86. A woman has been jailed for inducing an abortion after the legal time limit. The 44-year-old mother of 3 was able to obtain the medication she used during an online consultation due to the COVID lockdown. Such meetings would normally be held face-to-face. Prosecutors had argued the woman provided false information, knowing she was over the time limit, and had made online searches, which they said indicated careful planning. Our correspondent Navtej Johal is at Stoke Crown Court, where the sentence was handed down. Just give us more details on all of this, Navtej.
Clive, the judge here today, described this as a tragic case. The 44-year-old woman, who isn't being named, received the medication after a remote consultation during the first national COVID lockdown. Now, these pills were meant to be used for unwanted pregnancies up to 10 weeks, but the court heard that she was between 32 to 34 weeks pregnant when she took them in May 2020. Now, prosecutors argued that the woman had provided false information during the consultation, knowing she was over the time limit, and had made online searches in relation to that in the months leading up to the abortion. The court was also told that the mum of 3 didn't see a doctor about her pregnancy because she was embarrassed and didn't know how far along she was. Now, initially, she was charged with child destruction, which she denied, but she later accepted an alternative charge, Section 58 of the Offences Against the Person Act 1861, administering drugs or using instruments to procure abortion. This plea was accepted by the prosecution, and she's been sentenced to 28 months today, half which she'll spend in custody and the remainder on licence. But this sentencing has sparked outcry among women's rights organisations and campaigners. The British Pregnancy Advisory Service has called the law archaic. Amnesty International has called the sentencing shocking and terrifying. There are calls for legislative reform. But the judge noted in his sentencing remarks that the balance struck by the law between a woman's reproductive rights and the rights of her unborn fetus is an emotive and controversial issue. And that certainly seems to be the case, judging by the reaction to what's happened here today.
Okay, Navtej Johal there live at Stoke Crown Court. Thank you. Let's take a look at some of today's other top stories now. And Staffordshire police say a 49-year-old woman has been arrested on suspicion of murder after an 11-year-old boy and 7-year-old girl were found dead at a house in Stoke-on-Trent. Officers say the woman under arrest is known to the children. More than 15,000 EasyJet passengers have been hit by flight cancellations over the past couple of days because of stormy weather. More than 100 EasyJet flights have been affected, as well as 6 from British Airways. Strikes by security staff at Heathrow Airport are due to take place on the 24th and 25th of June, have been postponed as a gesture of goodwill by the Unite Union. Its members have now received an improved pay offer, and there'll be a ballot on the proposals, but industrial action planned for 29 other dates in the summer are still on the table. Now, Ukraine says it's liberated more villages since President Zelensky acknowledged Kiev's long-awaited counteroffensive against Russian forces had begun. Now, the villages are near the front line, close to the settlement of Velia Novozilka, here in the southeast of the country. Officials said these 2 villages were liberated in the last week, while Kiev announced over the weekend it was now in control of another 3 villages. But you can see here, represented by the white dots, Russia's defensive and extensive fortifications, still 18 kilometers away from Ukraine's advance. Well, our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, is here for a bit more perspective. So, how significant, Jeremy, is the taking of these villages?
Well, I think the Ukrainians wanted to have something to celebrate, the flag rising over a liberated village. But as you've said, they have not penetrated those Russian defense lines, which the Russians have spent months and months preparing. The important thing for the Ukrainians is to try to turn these local tactical victories into wider operational momentum, which would lead to some strategic success. In other words, which would change the shape of the war.
Yeah, but we saw there the white dots, the defensive line of the Russians. They're well dug in, heavily defended. What do you think the best is that the Ukrainians can get out of this counteroffensive?
Well, this is not going to end the war. Best case scenario for the Ukrainians, even they would not say that they're going to drive the Russians out of every square inch of their country. What I think they want to try and do is to break the connection, the so-called land bridge that the Russians have between the east, where these villages are, and further down towards Crimea. But that is going to be difficult for them because they're trying to attack, which is a hard part of warfare. It's easier to defend. They haven't got the air cover that NATO would have if they were doing an operation like this. They do have this brand new and very nicely renovated second-hand NATO gear, and they've been trained by NATO. But those troops are largely untrained because a lot of their experienced fighters have been killed or wounded. So I think, bottom line, Clive, this is not going to win the war for them. Best case scenario is they send us a firm message to the Kremlin that they're going to keep on fighting, but NATO's behind them.
Sure. Okay, Jeremy, many thanks. Jeremy Bowen, our international editor. Now, they're having a party in Manchester in the blue half of the city, at any rate, as thousands of fans gather for a parade by the victorious Manchester City squad. They won the Champions League in Istanbul over the weekend to complete the treble of major domestic and European trophies. And Sophie is in Manchester on the parade route for us now. Sophie, over to you.
Clive, it's going to be a bit of a wet party at the moment because in the last 5 minutes the skies have absolutely opened. Anyway, it is not dampening the spirits of these thousands of people who are lining the streets to cheer on their team as they celebrate the treble. They're going to be parading through the streets of Manchester on an open-top bus with all 3 of their trophies. I think they might be waiting a little while before they set off. Dan Roan, our sports editor, has been looking at how they got here.
They're no strangers to success, but this is said to be the biggest party the blue half of Manchester has ever seen. Some of the tens of thousands of City fans expected to line the route of tonight's open-top bus parade, celebrating their triumphant treble-winning team. This a chance to be a part of history.
Well, I've been going since 1994, so this is unreal. Never saw anything like this.
It's beyond words, it's just unbelievable.
She's been down to a few games now and she supports them. You love them, don't you? Yeah. Eats, breathes, sleeps, City.
These are the images that City fans will never forget and always cherish.
Manchester City lead in the Champions League final!
Rodri's goals sealing victory over Inter Milan on a momentous night in Istanbul and a first ever Champions League crown, the trophy the club had coveted for so long. With European glory theirs, the win sparked wild celebrations by the players that began in the changing room, carried on long into the night, and then continued during the flight home on Sunday. The players returning with the perfect souvenir from their trip to Turkey. Tonight's celebrations will rival those seen in 1999 when arch rivals Manchester United secured the first treble by an English team, the only other time it's been managed. Remarkably, at the time, City had just endured a season in the third tier of English football. Having recovered to reach the Premier League, just under a decade later, they were bought by Sheikh Mansour, a member of the ruling family of Abu Dhabi. His billions transformed City's fortunes, the club winning the Premier League title for the first time in 2012. And then 4 years later, Pep Guardiola arrived, the Spanish manager masterminding unprecedented success and 12 major trophies so far. Having last watched his team in person back in 2010, the man whose sovereign wealth transformed City's fortunes attended just his second match in Istanbul. Premier League charges for alleged financial rule breaches, which the club deny, remain unresolved, but some say City deserve huge credit too.
Some big players have come in the door. But mostly, when you look at it, it's been really, really well spent. And globally now, the football club's getting bigger and bigger. And financially, because of Champions League, because of that brand, it will become stronger.
That's a prospect that will trouble City's rivals and delight these fans, for whom such celebrations are becoming a regular end-of-season ritual.
You wouldn't believe the weather. It has been beautiful sunshine all day. The timing of this, raining on the parade, comes to mind. Whatever the weather, it is really quite a moment for Manchester City.
Absolutely, Sophie. Yes, you're right. I mean, it has been predicted, these conditions. They're pretty lively up here, aren't they, on our rooftop vantage point? And it's arrived with impeccable timing. I don't think anything, though, will take away from the City fans. And after all, it is Manchester. They're not exactly unfamiliar with a bit of rain.
There's a lot of questions. There are many questions about money, though, aren't there? And the amount of money that has been spent on Manchester City, what, in the last 15 years, about more than £1 billion.
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, we should absolutely make the point that this is the Champions League. It's always special to win that, but to seal a treble at the same time, that affords these players and their manager true legendary status. It is a momentous achievement. This club has always, or for large parts of its history anyway, been something in the shadow of their near rivals, Manchester United. They've been overtaking them in recent years. That really hammers home, I think, that this victory. And I think there's therefore been a shift in the domestic footballing landscape, in the city as well, but also on the continent. Now they've won the ultimate prize. And I think their rivals will be concerned they could go on to do what
Real Madrid have done in recent years. But you're right, that there is that slight cloud hanging over things because of the fact that many rival fans say that this is down to the money they've spent, their bought success. There is this concern that it might distort competitive balance of football, 5 Premier League titles in 6. After all, there's suspicions of sports washing. Most obviously, of course, there's those Premier League charges that City deny and that are not yet resolved. But look, these fans put a lot of that down to the jealousy of other clubs. They don't care about the criticism. Nothing will take away from their enjoyment, even with the weather tonight.
Absolutely, and thousands of them. And they've been queuing for hours just to take up their places here. Now, this was supposed to start at 6:30 this evening, this open top bus parade, which is going through. It's going to take an hour to get through the city. It's now starting later, understandably.
That's right, yeah, they put it back by half an hour, so we'll start at 7 o'clock instead. It's due to end at about 7:30, so it'll now be 8 o'clock instead. There's going to be the traditional route down Dingsgate behind us, and then it'll finish in St. Peter's Square, the usual place for the end of such events. And it's there that the players and their trophies, and of course Pep Guardiola, will be presented to the fans. And of course, for the many thousands who couldn't make it that long journey to Istanbul, we were lucky enough to be there, but for many that weren't able to get there, this will be the closest they get to the players, and it's a chance for them to really have a role and share in what is a very special occasion.
Quite a moment for Manchester, the city itself.
Absolutely, it becomes only the first city in Europe to have 2 teams that have both won their versions of the treble, so something for Manchester to be proud of.
Well, we're going to go straight to the weather now. I don't think I need to, you need to tell us what it's like in Manchester.
Sophie, you should have called me. I knew it was coming. It certainly was coming. A lot of hot and humid weather, though, through the day again today. Once again, temperatures into the high 20s, low 30s. In fact, in Threath, in Dumfries and Galloway, you haven't seen temperatures like this for 60 years. A very warm day indeed. It came at a price, though, with that humidity. As the afternoon progressed, the showers became quite widespread. We've seen over 7,500 lightning strikes this afternoon, over an inch of rain in an hour across the Highlands, Scotland, and also into Bedfordshire. It's a good job I took the cushions in from my garden. This was earlier on. In fact, some of the rain really quite torrential. Heavy downpours across my garden, so you can see, cushion-free. I'm in the good books when I get home this evening. Now, those showers will continue to climb their way steadily north and west across the Liverpool and Manchester area, but they will peter out through this evening, and the sharp showers in Scotland starting to fade away as well. So we keep a little bit of low cloud out to the west, but once again, it is going to be another incredibly humid night for trying to get a good night's sleep. Those temperatures holding up at around mid-teens for many of us. So we start off tomorrow, again, dry, settled and sunny. Need to keep an eye on a few scattered showers and a little bit of cloud down to the southwest, but on the whole, fewer showers around for England and Wales and not the heavy widespread thunderstorms, but a different story to the west of Northern Ireland and also into northwest Scotland. Some of those thunderstorms, once again, could be quite torrential. It's going to be another warm day generally across the country. Temperatures a degree or so down. A subtle change in wind direction to more of an easterly will mean eventually we're starting to feel less humid, but there's going to be a lot of dry weather in the forecast. Clive.
Thank you very much. Well, all this rain is not dampening the spirits here. You can watch the parade on BBC News. It starts at 7 o'clock this evening. But right now, it's time for the news where you are. Goodbye.
Thank you, Sophie. Coming up on tonight's South Today. Ofsted brings in changes to the school inspection system following the death of Reading head teacher Ruth Perry, but some say they don't go far enough.
To an inspector on the ground, it's not going to make the slightest bit of difference. They're still inspecting to that framework. Most of the changes are concerned with what happens after inspection.
The government says the changes are an important step and Ofsted should continue to evolve to raise school standards. Also tonight, a rare condition left him paralysed from the waist down, but Brian tells us how he battled back with a marathon achievement.
Being told you're never going to walk again certainly focuses your mind. I remember those words as if they were yesterday, and it was almost incredulity.
As Gosport gets a new bus station, a row develops over what happens to the old one after it's demolished. And in cricket, the Southern Vikers dig deep to clinch another top trophy. Good evening, I'm David Allard. It's a start, but it's not enough. That was the reaction of the sister of the Reading Primary School head teacher Ruth Perry today after changes to the school inspection system were announced. Ruth took her own life in January after Caversham Primary School was judged to be inadequate by Ofsted. Her death has led to calls from many for a change to the way inspections are carried out. In a moment, we'll hear what the union representing head teachers has to say. But first, Peter Cook has been looking at the recommended changes and hearing reaction to them.
It's been 5 months since the death of Ruth Perry, and staff here at Caversham Primary School are just trying to make every day as normal as possible for its pupils. But amidst all of the politics and the protests, this community is still reeling from the sudden loss of a much-loved colleague, mother and community leader. And that loss will continue to be felt despite these changes.
Changes to a system which have come too late for the family and friends of Reading head teacher Ruth Perry. But changes, it's hoped, will help prevent another school leader taking their own life.
They don't go anywhere near far enough. The change to the confidentiality requirement for me is the one that would have made a real difference to my sister. But the refusal to remove the single word judgment is, I think, a mistake, and it's something that I know the majority of the teaching profession will continue to push to get removed.
Ruth Perry killed herself in January while waiting for an Ofsted report to be published, which rated her Caversham Primary School inadequate due to safeguarding concerns about leadership. All other areas were judged good. These reforms come after her family, parents and fellow heads met Education Secretary Gillian Keegan.
We're not going to be content until we have dealt with all of the things that we consider to be the major issues. And we are really glad that the Secretary of State for Education is still keeping the door open for us to have that conversation.
Changes include schools deemed inadequate because of safeguarding will be revisited within 3 months and could have the grading changed if improvements are made. From September, reports will refer to the school instead of individuals when referring to areas of weakness to limit pressure on head teachers. And replacing Ofsted's complaints review process and allowing schools to contact them the day after an inspection if they have unresolved concerns. One former inspector says the changes are like sticking a plaster on a broken leg.
To an inspector on the ground, it's not going to make the slightest bit of difference. They're still inspecting to that framework. Most of the changes are concerned with what happens after inspection.
The kinds of changes that I hear people talking about are things that are sort of more fundamental changes to the wider accountability system, which simply don't sit with Ofsted to make. Of course, there are different ways to run an education system, but in the model we have, inspection serves a valuable role.
One teaching union said the changes were sensible and somewhat helpful. Critics say they're tinkering around the edges and don't go far enough. All, especially Ruth Perry's family, will be closely watching how they work in practice.
The inquest into Ruth Perry's death will be held later this year. The campaign for further changes will move forward, and this school and community will continue to remember the legacy she left behind.
Peter Cook reporting. Well, a little earlier I spoke to Simon Kidwell, president of the National Association of Head Teachers. I asked him what he thought of the changes announced by Ofsted today.
I think the changes, firstly, when we read them, we thought that they were very modest changes, so not significant. However, they are a step in the right direction, and we want to see these changes as a start of the conversation towards root and branch reform of the Ofsted inspection framework.
So what more would you like to see?
I think firstly, we'd like to see a review of the grades. We know that grades are inaccurate and not particularly helpful for parents. I've been a head teacher for 18 years. I've had 10 inspections. Our Ofsted report is being published today, and the grades don't really help parents understand what a school is like. I've worked in schools with grades from inadequate to outstanding, and all those schools have offered a pretty similar level of education. It's just that Ofsted grades capture 2 days, a moment in time, but by the time they're published, they're out of date.
Well, Amanda Spielman, the head of Ofsted, says the whole school accountability system is based around the one-word system. It would be down to government to change that. And of course, it's not the whole story. There's always a fuller report to back that up, isn't there?
Yes, absolutely. And we would always urge parents to read the full report. The reports are 900 words, so they have slimmed down quite significantly over the last few years. But the grades are damaging and harmful because some parents just read a grade and then go and choose a school because of that. We want parents to read the full report. We want parents to visit the school and to really find out about the quality of education that's going on inside the building.
Schools will automatically continue to be graded as inadequate if inspectors find there are concerns about how children are kept safe. Don't you agree that zero tolerance approach is important to protect youngsters?
Safeguarding is really important, and we'd want to see safeguarding form a part of any inspection. However, Ofsted inspections come around so infrequently that I'm not sure Ofsted is the right vehicle for regularly checking if schools are doing safeguarding properly. Coming to school every 5 years in my case, or 10 years in the case of Caversham, isn't good enough, and we want to see a conversation starting about should safeguarding reviews be part of Ofsted, or should we have more regular safeguard reviews? For example, from the local authority might be a better agency to do that.
Well, the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, says today's changes are an important step, and it's right that Ofsted should evolve to raise school standards. How confident are you that Ofsted will respond to your concerns and evolve further?
I like the word evolve. I like the word saying it's the start of a journey and a conversation. So I am confident because there's a real demand coming from the profession that we do go and reform and change Ofsted. It's doing more harm than good, frankly, and we want to make sure we have an inspection system which is fit for purpose and does go and improve education.
Okay, Simon Kidwell from the National Association of Head Teachers, thank you very much. And if you want to understand more of the background to this story, there's a BBC South special available on iPlayer and BBC Sounds. You can find it by searching for Tested to the Limit. A store security guard has been jailed for 6 years for manslaughter following a confrontation with a shoplifter who died in hospital 24 hours later. Sabir Trabelsi was employed by a contractor working for Marks and Spencer in Lower Early near Reading. He'd claimed he was acting in self-defence when he delivered a single punch after giving chase to 51-year-old victim Jason Page and another man. Alan Sinclair reports.
It was here in March 2021 where a single punch resulted in Jason Page falling and striking his head. He died in hospital a day later from a catastrophic bleed to the brain. Sabir Trabelsi had been working as a security guard under contract at the nearby M&S store. Reading Crown Court heard that Jason Page was in a state of intoxication when he and another man stole meat and beer before running away from the shop. Mr. Trabelsi gave chase, and CCTV shown to the jury captured the moment when he delivered what was described as a quite forceful blow, causing Jason Page to fall to the ground. The jury rejected his assertion that it had been an act of self-defence. Trabelsi had previously been of good character. The father of three had been a talented footballer. He'd represented his native Tunisia at the Olympics. But in sentencing him to 6 years in prison, Judge Amjad Nawaz criticised the untruthful account he'd later given of the incident to police. He said, "By lashing out in the way you did, you must have intended some harm or were reckless to the harm caused." Mr. Page's mother had submitted a victim impact statement ahead of today's hearing, the judge acknowledging no sentence the court could pass would ever put matters right as far as she or the rest of the family were concerned. Alan Sinclair, BBC South Today.
Investigations are continuing tonight after a crash near Chichester in West Sussex in which 3 people died. It involved a white BMW 220 and a grey Mercedes C200 and happened on Saturday evening at around 7:30 on the A285 at Dunkton. 4 other people were taken to hospital, one with life-threatening injuries. Police are appealing for witnesses. A financial analyst who made homemade explosives has been jailed for 8 years. 50-year-old Asad Bhatti from Redhill in Surrey was found with a stash of bomb-making materials after police received a tip-off from a computer repair shop. During sentencing, Judge Justice McGowan said Bhatti harboured a deep-seated hatred against people he saw as enemies of Islam. For 25 years, there's been talk about getting rid of Gosfort's old bus station, an eyesore according to many local people. Well, work starts this week on a new one, which frees up land right on the waterfront. But there's a bit of a row about what will be built there and how it will be funded. Emily Hudson has been to the Hampshire town to find out more.
It's not the most loved piece of 70s architecture in the south.
It smells, it's dank, it's dingy, the lighting's horrible.
Absolute rubbish. They've been talking for years about, redoing it, and nothing's happened.
It just means, I don't know what it means, but it just depresses me every time I come here.
Gosport bus station is going to be knocked down and a new one built nearby.
It's really exciting. It's been a long time coming. People of Gosport have got really tired of this being the gateway to Gosport, if you like. When you come off the ferry, the first thing you see. We want something a whole lot more impressive.
It's what happens to this site when the bus station is demolished, which is now tricky. The Conservatives won 1.3 million from the government to build homes and retail. But when the Lib Dems took over last year, they ditched that plan. And the money's now got to go back.
Well, the Conservatives wanted to build 330 high-rise luxury flats, two 17-storey blocks. That would close down the waterfront. It would mean only the privileged few could use it. And we want to open up the waterfront for everyone who lives in Gosport. And yeah, sure, we need housing, but there are much better sites for it elsewhere in Gosport.
The Borough Council says this area can become a people's park and it can spend the money on housing elsewhere. But that wasn't the deal.
It just feels very sad at a time when we're desperately searching for more money to be giving money back to the government. Sometimes, you need to give and take a little bit. And I think actually a small amount of housing would have been a small price to pay. In an ideal world, we could be the sort of quirky, charming, stylish Brooklyn to Portsmouth's Manhattan. There's nowhere more beautiful. And we just need a little bit of money, a little bit of investment and a little bit of vision to realise that.
It'll be a year before the new bus station is up and running. The row over what happens here might be sorted by then. Emily Hudson, BBC South Today in Gosport.
Drones are being used on the Isle of Wight to work out the best way to repair an access route from a cliff top to a beach. Osborne Steps at Shanklin have been closed since the end of last year due to safety concerns after there was movement on the cliffs. Still to come in this evening's South Today.
It took me ages to do my hair and I forgot to bring it with me.
And there are plenty more jokes where that came from as our own Sam Fraser joins budding stand-ups at the New Forest Comedy Festival. In 2018, Brian Wheeler was paralysed overnight. Brian, who's an air traffic controller from Botley in Hampshire, has cauda equina syndrome. It's a condition where all the nerves in the lower back suddenly become severely compressed. Doctors told him the chance of him walking again was less than 20%. But Brian was determined to defy the odds, and now 5 years on, he's completed something epic, and all to raise money for a cause close to his heart. Edward Salt reports.
In May 2018, I was paralysed with a condition called cauda equina syndrome, which paralysed me overnight from the waist down.
It's been a long road to recovery for Brian, from the devastating news that he was unlikely to ever walk again, to taking those first steps, and then even bigger steps so he could get back on his feet. Brian wanted to challenge himself. First came the Southampton Half Marathon, and then something a bit bigger, this time across the pond.
I thought, what can I do to mark 5 years since that day? And thought, why not go and walk a marathon around the streets of New York? So I did. That's us leaving the hotel now. I wanted to prove that even though bad things happen, being told you're never going to walk again certainly focuses your mind. I remember those words as if they were yesterday, and it was almost incredulity. That is 4 hours and 8 minutes of walking, and we are now halfway.
This challenge was all in aid of a special cause.
Turn right 20 degrees maybe?
Brian did it to raise awareness for Airability. Based at Blackbush Airport on the Hampshire-Surrey border, it's a charity that helps people with any disability learn to fly.
The look on somebody's face, irrespective of disability, when we have taken them flying, the smile that they have on their face when they leave that aircraft at the end of the flight is just a joy to behold.
And Brian wanted to raise money for this virtual aviation experience, giving those aged 12 and over with a disability the chance for an interactive flying lesson with an instructor over the internet.
It's 5 to 5, some 8 hours and 36 minutes after we started, and we've finished.
Back in New York and supported by his friend Mark, Brian has done it. But Mark wouldn't let Brian off that easily.
I just wanted to sit down, and I did turn to my friend and say, look, it's 2.9 miles to the pub. Any sensible person would get a taxi. And he just looked at me, raised his eyebrows, which was enough for me to realise that we weren't getting a taxi. We walked that extra 2.9 miles.
Brian says this won't be his last challenge as he celebrates the fact he certainly beat the odds. Edward Salt, BBC South Today, Southampton.
A really inspirational story. Well done to Brian. Okay, I'm joined by Lewis for the sport. Brian had to dig deep to overcome his challenges, and that's certainly what Southern Vipers did at the weekend.
Yeah, they've had so much success in the past, Southern Vipers, but it's been a bit of a breeze in the past. They've really kind of dominated the sport, but this tournament they've had to dig deeper, like you say, and face the weather, because they often say in sport that the mark of a strong team is one that weathers a storm. Well, Southern Vipers did exactly that this weekend. The reigning champions resumed their defence of cricket's Charlotte Edwards Cup yesterday after torrential rain stopped play on Saturday. But it was all sunshine in the end. When the competition's named after your coach, there's a pressure to deliver.
Oh, shout for LBW here.
Southern Vipers didn't disappoint.
Oh, the fingers got up. Long look at that.
In fact, it was only Saturday's rain that temporarily stalled the reigning champions.
With that strike with lightning, the players are out of that, and it's completely understandable as well.
With play resumed on Sunday, the Vipers still had plenty in reserve.
She moves on to 50, and that's Danny Wyatt.
Having reduced the previously unbeaten Blaze to just 114, a quick-fire 50 from England's Danny Wyatt helped them secure a 7-wicket victory with ease.
Georgia Adams, the captain, takes them home. It is a comfortable win in the final.
I could not be prouder of the team, and how they sort of picked themselves up, adapted, chipped in throughout this tournament has been phenomenal, and we're over the moon that we're retaining a little lot, as we call that. The thing I'm most proud of is to come here and play the way we have done on finals day, to play so positively and to beat a really good Blaze team the way we did today is pretty special.
After the match, England legend Anya Shrubsole announced that she'll be retiring after the 100 this summer.
The bottom line is that I guess my body's just not coping with it that well anymore, to be honest. I want to be able to kind of, live the rest of my life pain-free, be able to do normal things and all of that. So I've loved, obviously, playing cricket, and I've loved playing for the Vipers, and really pleased that we're able to get over the line today.
And it's memories like this that Anya would look back on fondly. Yeah, congratulations to the Southern Vipers there. And there was more good news today with the duo of Lauren Bell and Danny Wyatt, who've been included in the England women's squad for the opening Ashes test against Australia. Of course, it starts next week. Surrey batter Sophia Dunkley has also been named for the 4-day match at Trent Bridge. In rugby, England have named the squad for their first World Cup preparation camp, which includes Charlie Ewels from Bournemouth, Newbury's Ollie Hassel-Collins, and Winchester-born Joe Marchant. It's the first of 3 squads to be named before the 4-test summer series against Wales starts in August. And congratulations to Portsmouth golfer Sam Hutsby, who won his first European Challenge Tour title for 8 years. The 34-year-old finished the tournament in Spain on 15 under par and climbed to 21st in the Road to Mallorca rankings. It's great to see Sam have that success. Obviously, there's a lot of work, a lot of time spent on your own as a golfer to finally get that win is fantastic for his development.
Yeah, well done to him. Now, the next piece, I have to admit, gave me sweaty palms as I watched it because it's my worst nightmare. But could you ever imagine doing a stand-up comedy routine?
Well, if you ever fancied being the next Les Dawson or Sari Milliken, perhaps there's a new Comedian of the Year competition running at the New Forest Comedy Festival.
And not only did our very own Sam Fraser go to do a report for us, she had to go one step further.
Well, I've entered the New Forest New Comedian of the Year competition. I haven't had a lot of preparation. My type 5's rather flabby, but there are 11 other competitors. Let's see how we get on.
Getting ready tonight, I didn't know what to wear, obviously. It took me ages to do my hair, and I forgot to bring it with me.
We've got about 70 acts competing. We've got six first round heats, a couple of semi-finals, and then the top 12 will go on to the final.
The competition is just one event in the festival, which has been funded by Culture in Common, an Arts Council initiative to bring culture and creativity to the New Forest.
And we know that there's an appetite for comedy for particularly sort of 25 to 40-year-olds. And this is a spike in our demographic. We learned from the census that there are people returning to the New Forest at that age, but really not enough comedy around for people to see. So we wanted to get behind the venues that were really keen to do this as well and support them to put this festival on. Hopefully it can continue into the future.
It's a relatively new festival. Is it important for our part of the world to have a new comedy festival?
Oh, definitely. It's absolutely brilliant for new acts to have this opportunity to be seen and to perform and to get ready for it. And yeah, what a brilliant thing to bring to Ringwood. It's fantastic.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jonna, and you guys keep calling me Joanna, which is wrong. I came here from London. I live in London, but I'm German, so you could say I came all the way from Germany. How long have you been performing stand-up?
Oh, it's been nearly a month.
Really?
Yeah, I did
brand
it.
new.
4th of May was my first one, so less than a month. Yeah.
I hate competitions and avoid them like the plague. What are the tips?
Kind of know your set really well, practice.
Lucky pants and no substitute for preparation, right?
The job adverts say things like, "Oh, must be proficient with all aspects of Microsoft Office," but I am proficient with all aspects of crayons. You can use them end on or on the side for rubbings.
What do you look for in a new act?
For me, well, obviously someone who makes me laugh, but originality. Something. I like to be surprised by comedy, essentially.
One of the things I found about touring the comedy circuit is the friendship. I've made a lot of friends in comedy. And you made some friends?
No, more enemies. I'm surprised. Yeah, I hate everyone.
I'm just there for a bit of experience and I'm gonna laugh really.
Then it was my turn.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind. That's really, really kind. Okay.
I don't like this phrase middle age. I don't think it suits me. So what I've done is called it executive youth. I picked it up and out loud in the middle of Marx's, I went, "Oh my God, such fun!" 23-year-old Sam saying, "Sam, fun was a phone party in Iron Apple." Comedy heroes?
Oh, Billy Connolly. Ken Dodd.
I really like Sarah Pascoe. There's lots of really amazing women out there. Maisie Adam is quite an inspiration.
So when I was a kid, it was definitely Lee Evans and Eddie Izzard.
Of the 12 comics, 3 were to go through to the next round, and amazingly, I was one. Well, I managed to get through to the next round. Nobody's more surprised than me. I don't have a great line about winning because I've only prepared one for losing. But fingers crossed for round 2.
Yeah, well done, Sam. Certainly rather you than me.
Yeah.
Alexis joins us. You may have noticed something funny here because we're not in our usual studio. There's some maintenance going on. So we took all the paper clips out of the stationery cupboard and here we are. Fortunately, it is quite cool in here because it's been very humid outside, hasn't it?
It has. We've had a number of thunderstorms across the south, mainly for areas north of Berkshire, and some torrential downpours in some places. But first of all, let's take a look at your lovely weather pictures. Leslie Cashel sent us this picture via Twitter from Bats Head in Dorset.
Colin Lennox-Gordon photographed this scene in Tarrant Rushton.
And the sun was shining in Gordon by Sea. This photo was taken by Jason Woods.
We've had 1 or 2 thunderstorms today, particularly for northern parts of the region. Through the day tomorrow, we'll see 1 or 2 showers as well. But we've had some sunshine today. This sunny scene was photographed today in Oxford by one of our weather watchers. Through the day tomorrow, there's still the risk of a thundery downpour, but it's a warm day with sunny spells. Temperatures a degree up on today's values. So there is a Met Office thunderstorm warning in force for the next few hours up until 9 p.m. this evening for this area of yellow. Elsewhere, still the risk of a shower, but most places will stay dry. And in fact, most of the showers will fade away overnight tonight. The skies will clear in many places. Still the risk of an isolated shower for some as we head through the early hours of the morning. And temperatures will stay in double figures. So it's a warm night with lows ranging between 11 and 14 Celsius. Lots of sunshine can be expected tomorrow morning across the board. We'll start to see cloud build through tomorrow afternoon, bringing the risk of an isolated shower even the odd rumble of thunder. Most places will stay dry. There is a breeze coming in from the northeast, but it's fairly light, and temperatures will reach a high of 27, possibly 28 degrees. So for the coastal forecast tomorrow, between Selsey-Bill and Lyme Regis, the winds are variable 3 or less, occasionally 4 at first, then northeasterly 3 to 4. The weather's fair and the visibility is moderate or good. So tomorrow night, once again, the skies will stay clear. Any showers will die away. The breeze will fall lighter as well. Not as muggy tomorrow night, maybe a degree lower than tonight, down to around 10 to 14.
Hello, Steve. You left me a big long voicemail, but I don't know if it's a mistake or not. I don't know. Are you on about that Indian that got the cheap T-shirts? Yeah, well, I think what you've done is you actually done me a voicemail, but I couldn't really hear you at all. You weren't really talking or nothing, but it went on for about 5 minutes. Maybe you were driving or something. Yeah. You're right there, mate. That's great. You made about 160. That's good, mate. It must be bad doing it in the heat. Yeah. I've had no electric all day. It's about 9:30 this morning, and my electric went. And I had to get hold of fucking British Gas and get them to fucking give me electric. It took all day to sort it out, and I had to ask my neighbour to charge my phone. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's bad, mate. All right. Yeah. All right, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You haven't you don't send me them caps yet? Huh? You know you was going to send me some caps, weren't you? Yeah, I did. I'll give you my address, didn't I? I didn't give you what? Yeah, the Texas we did. I'm sure I did. Oh, right. Let's have a look. Messages. Oh, I don't know, really. Steve the cat man. There we go. There's my address. Steve the cat man. That's your phone number. Oh, really? Can you hear that? Yeah, that's me. That's the one with the address on it. All right. All right, mate. I think you were on hold, yeah. Because you're back on the other phone now. Cox Road, Chattersford, Eastleigh Hants. It says Gordon White and it says the Millstone Raver. And it says 61 Cox Road. Oh, right. Okay, mate. Yeah, right. I just thought you had some spare stuff around and you thought you were saying it to me. I thought, that's great, great, great. You know, it's not turned up yet, so I thought I'd let you know. That's right, mate. Yeah. I'm live every day and every night. Yeah. I've been chatting to different ladies, loads of different ladies, right? And some of them say, "Oh, can I see your dick?" and stuff like that. And I'm like, "Yeah, right." You know, and we have some good times and all that. But I've had a lady bribing me, saying I want this. I think she wanted £600 or more than that or whatever. And I'm saying, no, I'm not giving you it. Fuck off. You know what I mean? You'll get it. And I do get ladies asking for money all the time. It's crazy, mate, really. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, does he? That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I've got to get rid of my belly, mate. I can't put a bird like this. I'm fat as hell, mate, now. Yeah, I'm really fat now. It's terrible. They reckon it's going to be a 6-month situation. I've got to go on Weight Watchers for 6 months before I can have an operation. I think it was Max Baker's and Chip Stop Chippy making me fat, eating their food. And eating the hospital food and medication and all that as well. Yeah. Fucking NHS is shit. They killed 45 babies. In Kent, they killed 45 babies. Yeah, it's on the news. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, Rolf Harris. Is he dead, is he? All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy, mate. I can't believe my mum got me sectioned. It was my mum. My mum went to Des Browse and got me sectioned. I couldn't believe it. No, she was like that. She's quite jealous, really. Mark White is my middle brother. He was a drug dealer. She never told the police about that. Lee, well, Lee and Russell went to special school. They went to Red Lodge. So my mum gets on with Lee and Russell, no problem. But me, she don't like, well, she loves me and all that, but she always fucking gets me in shit, you know what I mean? You there, mate? All right. Do you want me to write my address on this number then? All right, mate. Well, can you text me? Oh, that'll be all right. That's all right. I'll message you. Yeah, not too bad, mate. What are you doing now then? You talking to someone else? All right, mate. Hey? All right. 75. Oh, that's all right, mate. Yeah. Yeah. Are you busy? Oh, you sent in the text, yeah, right. I'll tell you what then. I'll hang up now and I'll send you my address. You're still texting. Huh? Second? Hello, mate. I can't find that other number. Yeah, I think I did send it to this one. I'm sure I've sent it already, I think. All right, let's have a look. Is it 606? Yeah, I've just said, hello, mate. Did you hang up? You're quiet. I don't know why. You're really quiet. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy, mate. Yeah. 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 That's crazy, mate. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy, man. Yeah. What? Yeah. All right, mate. All right. EastEnders will be on that. EastEnders on 7:30. Oh, EastEnders, come on, EastEnders.
Here later. Right now, the air is thick with suspicion in EastEnders.
Yeah.
You can head off. I'll stay till she wakes up. The MRI scan came back fine. There's no permanent damage, just a few weeks for the rest to heal. So why can't she remember anything? Well, the doctor said it was perfectly fine. It's concussion. The brain's way of protecting itself. From what? She's in good hands, son.
Yes.
You made it.
Yeah, we'll decide that quick now.
Make up your mind, then we can tell Linda. No good rocking the boat. Now you're both able to be in the same room.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah, he's been my right hand man for 15 minutes.
The locals will love him. Who's that? I got Tyson a new pair of sunnies. He looks gorgeous.
Unlike Grumpy Draws there.
Yeah. Don't hold back, Elaine. Bit harsh. It's a bender.
Just telling it like it is.
Back about special one.
Oh, someone's clearly had a good night. Where'd you go, Peggy's? She went out with the girls in Marbella.
Out.
FaceTime, they took over. It was messy. Tequila.
Do not say that word.
So you were drinking alone in your bedroom?
Darling, when I was your age, I had fellows queuing up down the street to take me out 7 nights a week.
Aren't you the original Snow White?
Thought a bit desperate, that's all.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Well, we do everything else online. Might as well go out with your mates. I think it's a brilliant idea. A duvet party.
Hannah, keep that little gem to yourself, because it's bad for business.
It was a good night. Till Gemma copped off. She left her phone on the table. No, there's some man and picked me up. He's so wasted, I can only see his dimple. I think it was his chin.
That's enough of that.
Oh,
Chat, more work.
listen to your dad. Chop, chop. Get going. Come on.
There is no point to me making an effort with your fiancé if you are just creating tension with his girls. Unless you want to be known as their wicked stepmother.
All right, darling. Go make yourself look presentable, and I will show you how to get over that hangover.
No one can see me like this.
Yeah, not my hunters neither. We've got an hour to get you ready. Come on, off you go. Look, I'll take you out. My treat.
Reverend Mills is going to do the air service.
And then what, a wake afterwards?
No, Lola wanted a barbecue in the square. She was more the party girl.
And if you want any help, you just let me know.
How's Lexi?
She's sleeping all right?
She seems to be. Jay checked in on her last night and she was cuddling one of Lola's hoodies.
That poor girl. She must feel so lost.
Trying to persuade her to move in with us.
Well, it's going to take time, love. I mean, in her little head, she's where her mum is.
She seems so far away.
Ben, she loves you. Don't matter where she is, nothing is going to change that.
Love you.
You too. God, I must sound like a walking cliche.
If you didn't help, he would come round, would he?
I just wish I could carry some of the pain for him.
Where I'm sitting, I'd say you are.
She wasn't much more than a baby herself, was she?
Come here.
Cool.
Don't, you're going to start me off again. Oh, no, he's going to need a permit for the barbecue. The council are a nightmare.
Well, maybe Harry can sort it.
He's my son, and my granddaughter has just lost her mum. I can't sit by and do nothing.
Kev, you have got to learn to share the luck. Let me at least call the council and sort out the permit, all right?
Okay. Oh, I've got to deliver it at the Albert. Where's my bag?
It's upstairs.
Right.
Don't worry, I'll get it. The blame, how are you doing? Babe, don't you dare come in.
Oh, not a very nice way to welcome your wife. Okay. Yeah, I think they do an afternoon permit. That should be enough. Who's that?
It's Hunter for the car lot, so I need to sort it.
Yeah, I'll pop over to the call centre in a bit, check up Robin's place.
But Dad's going to come back lunchtime to collect some stuff for her. So.
I'll catch you then.
All right. Thank you.
Billy, how's your mum?
Yeah, she's good.
That's great. Has she remembered anything else since last week?
No, but the scans are all clear.
Right. So she's coming home.
Been all days, I think. Eve, did she talk to you last week?
What do you mean?
Or do you know if she had any of the accidents recently?
No, not that I know.
I was struggling, that's all.
Well, she's been through a lot this last couple of years. No, Jax, Kira, Dad, Ashley even. I mean, there's only so much one person can say. We've all got a breaking point.
Do you think that's what happened? She got distracted?
Maybe. But why don't you get someone to cover the shop just for a couple of weeks?
Well, Dad will be up.
No. Keep your eye on her. Don't leave her around.
Yeah.
I was just putting it on silent. I didn't want to disturb you. You okay?
I had a dream. I was falling.
You remembered? That's your brain playing tricks. You need to let it go. Stop fretting about it. Everything's going to be fine. I'm not going to let you out of my sight.
Anything for me?
Hope it's a lottery check.
I bet you say that to all the girls, eh?
Pretty much. I'll be right one day. Hopefully it'll be mine. Right, see you later.
Howie, you ain't sent an outfit ruining all your travels, have you?
I think so. Sorry.
We're talking mutton dresses there, low top, short skirts, stilettos.
Mutton dresses left.
Yeah, right. I better crack on, Rocky. Targets.
What are you doing here? I thought we sorted all this out. You just turned up to give me more egg.
Nice to see you too. Thought I'd pop over. See my tiger one last time.
Last time. Good. You're going away. Please tell me it involves 2 planes and a rickshaw.
My whole life's one big holiday. Now we're finally divorced.
Listen, darlings, you're going to have fellas chasing you around here before you can say Jack Robinson.
I don't need a man, Lane. I'm my own woman.
And I've not been that impressed. Oh, this is a bad idea. I've just got my appetite back.
Oh, yes, ladies.
Hello, darling, we'll sit here. Stonking hangover.
You should know better.
I do. 3 burgers, 3 Bloody Marys. Best cure.
No pickle. Oh, cheese. Maybe hold the burger and the Mary bird.
No pickle, no cheese, no burger, so a toasted bun.
That's it. Pick a girl while she's down. Listen, darling, if she wants toasted buns, then we'll all have them, thank you.
Finest keepers again.
Zach. Need to get my hands on some buns, please. Oh, lucky he doesn't want some sausages.
No, I ain't a sausage man. Come on, son. I'll get you 2 dozen.
Oh, someone's perked up.
Maybe the local attractions ain't so bad after all.
And this is where we can work together. Now listen, you're both so gorgeous. Sometimes it's a struggle for your dad, I think.
Remember Marco's? He said I had fat toast.
Dad got his boxing gloves, he took him outside.
Punched the hell of Father Christmas. Christmas debt. Told him if he ever mocked me again, he'd be next.
I ain't ever seen a man run so fast. There was a cloud of dust.
Darlings, leave your dad to me. We'll find a man that's worthy of you, then I will persuade your dad. He is Mr. Perfect.
Yeah, Zach told me to bring these out. He said they're on the house.
That was speedy.
I hope you know always this quick.
However, Vince is fine. Super hard.
Just look at that one there, people. They never change, Freddie. See you later.
So, this is it. We're actually divorced.
What did you expect? A golden scroll delivered by an herald of angels?
The call, they were supposed to send us both copies.
Well, so take it up with them. Good luck to getting through.
I will take a copy of this, and then you can go for good.
Things with Kathy didn't sound too good earlier on. Bit rocky.
You were listening, you thought. Family members just died. Young. Cancer.
Terrible. I do hope this don't mean the big day's cancelled.
Yeah, don't worry. It won't. Can't wait.
So when is it? Not that I'm expecting an actual invite to the wedding, but I do love a good party.
Yeah. Well, that's over my dead body.
No good to Granny Bill then.
Get out of here now.
Still so strong.
Yeah, whatever. Go on. See you right.
I'm going anyway. Jasper says hello.
No, wait. No, come back.
All the endless whispering. I thought you were sleeping. We were just discussing last week.
I know you were discussing Mum. I know she's not well.
I've told you the scout was good. It's just a few broken ribs.
And no healing, no time.
It's okay, son.
She's not though, is she? She hasn't been right for weeks. She called the police on you last week.
She what?
Yeah, Rafi, it was Mum. She called the police on her husband. How is that normal behaviour?
No.
Doesn't make sense. The tears, the arguments.
We've spoken about this.
I guess even Mum has her breaking point where she just can't take it anymore. What if she did this on purpose?
Mom. Try to kill herself.
Is it tomorrow?
Yeah, it's just a formality thing, but I think Freddie will be relieved to know that it actually is ADHD.
Right. When's the appointment? Is it at the hospital?
Yeah, Mum's taking him. You got to stop that.
Right. If it was Kat and you thought Philip pushed down the stairs, you'd do the same, wouldn't you?
You want to know?
Oh, no. Usual?
Oh, yes.
No, it's just an old main line that called.
All right, down the stairs is saying. You know, every day, every single day, I regret not doing more for my shank. Yeah, I'm not trusting my gut.
Yeah, well, if you ain't got proof.
Oh, there was plenty of signs, baby, plenty of signs. It's just that I kept convincing myself I was overreacting, you know what I mean? But it never happened to me again. Once I see it, I know it. Cancel that, yeah.
Great. Why don't you just tell all the handlers?
Oliver. She needs me.
But did we listen? Did we actually listen? I walked out. She told you to go, and we talked it through. I walked out when she was in so much pain that her life felt pointless, that she threw herself down the stairs down.
No, you got it all wrong.
She tried to end it all, and we let it happen. How can you say such things? Do you know the shame that this will bring on your mum?
I'm telling you, she fell.
Just leave him. Your mother's expecting me back. I haven't got time for this nonsense. She wasn't happy, Dad. Ignore it all you want. But she wasn't happy.
You alright, Mitch? Mitch, you alright?
Hey, yeah, sorry.
They're a penny for them folks. Well, actually, it's probably a quid now.
No, you don't want to know what's going on in here. It's a bit dark and dingy.
Might as well switch all the lights off again.
No, just been worried about a friend of mine.
Can't you talk to him?
I wish it was that easy.
Can be.
You know, I wish I lived in your world, darling.
Mitch, you do. Mate, you lucky, eh? See you later.
Hello, sweetness. Do you ever sit still?
Sit still. Far too much energy.
I've been searching all over for you. A little boy set me straight. Smelt fishy.
Bobby.
You busy?
Well, it depends who's asking, why?
I am. I need you. I want yourself looking hot and get to the Vic by 3.
You and me.
It's your lucky day, darling. Now flash me that smile. Yeah. No accounting for taste. Now listen. Don't you dare let me down.
Do you want anything?
No, darling. I've got everything I need, thank you. Hey. How are you doing?
Yeah, a bit sore. He was just on his way back.
I had to see you. Have you remembered anything more?
Oh, Eve.
So you both know what he's capable of.
Look, he doesn't know anything. The affair, me leaving.
Can you be 100% sure? Right. So if he does know, how likely is it that he pushed you, given his history?
Highly likely.
Yeah. And if he doesn't know, how long till Ravi blocks?
I've already told you. He thinks it's a surprise trip for Nish.
Why do you think I believe that? Ziggy, you need to try and stay in here for as long as you can. You are not safe at that house. I will not pay money.
Perfect timing in my absence. Bit of a wasted trip, though, I'm afraid. I've spoken to the doctor. Told her what a lovely support network you have. Your husband, kids, even Eve. They've agreed to discharge you. You're well enough to come home.
When?
Today. We can give you a lift.
No,
I insist.
I'm glad you perked up because our local attraction will be popping in here any minute.
Linda.
You're making me nervous.
Darling, we got someone special that we want to introduce you to.
What is that?
The lights are right!
He's been in every bar I've ever owned. I'm beginning to feel at home now.
Well, I'm glad someone is. Don't you think we should have discussed this first?
That is exactly why we did.
Well, where's it going to go for a start? I mean, My decor is cosy.
I promise not to touch any of your decor, but just thought we could add a few small minor additions, you know, have a little bit more character to the place. And a telly, right it up.
Why? So he's got something to watch. He is creepy. The stories he could tell.
Oh, I bet he's seen it all.
The good, the bad, and the unspeakable.
I remember that night.
His eyes follow you everywhere.
Hey, hello, son. What's happening? Good. You ever been drawn by another woman?
Come on, how old are we talking?
Annie Jean kind of.
Serve it, let her come in.
Yeah, Gina, get a bottle of beer, please. We're looking a bit more.
Cool, Jess. Because what else would you say, Zach?
I've been around enough women in my life to know how to choose my words carefully.
Bit of a ladies' man.
No, not anymore.
Glad to hear it. Maybe to settle, eh?
Whitney. Her name is Whitney, and she is a little firecracker.
Shame. I'm far more explosive.
Oh, did you get that permit sorted? Oh, Rocky, you had one job. What's the point of me sharing the load?
I'm sorry, I've just been a bit distracted.
Oh, what, down the bookers with that George bloke? Do you know what? If you want something done...
No.
Oh.
I see you're going to like this. And finally, a free man. Which means, whenever you want to set a date, we can finally do that.
Oh, let's do it as soon as we can, eh? Sometime next month.
July? Sounds perfect.
Oh.
Yeah. You have no idea how much I miss that beautiful swan.
Oh.
No. First things first, need to sort out that permit.
Oh, you're a good man.
Joe, you cannot drop a bombshell like that and just walk off. We need to talk about my boy.
So, if you get fed up of a house full of men, then just give me a call anytime.
Thanks, Eve. Right, let's get you inside. Slowly.
Oh, Suki, it's good to see you home.
Yeah, you were definitely missed at the shop. Really likes your charm, you know? I can get Finley to fix some dinner for
No, thank you. All my wife needs now is her family and some peace and quiet.
It's a lovely thought, though. Thanks, mate.
No visitors for the next few days, at least.
Trust you got me. Come on, girl, let's get in. I'm starving.
Oh, Mitch!
Yep. Oh, no, that'd be from the tax man. Your work, you can sort me out. You can sort me out.
Get out.
Top work today. Gina's got a sass back.
Well, if our girls are happy, then we'll be happy.
Get a room.
Yeah, and you can take him with you.
You look rough. Big man, say.
Wilder than your wildest dreams, Freddie.
Strictly speaking, Gina, that's not possible.
So you're talking to the hottie?
Waste of time is taken.
Well, she can't be all that. He's definitely flirting with you. I will do some digging.
Be so.
It's my little name, darling. So, you single?
Yeah, life's up to it.
What, you would turn down a stunner?
No, Elaine. Some people like cheating, right? Me, I'm sort of cynical. I always have been. I don't veer from that. No one man, one flavour. And I don't judge. I get that some guys, they like a variety pack, but me, Just salt and vinegar, you know?
You want some crisps?
What I'm trying to say.
You're single. You've got a thing for salt and vinegar, but only salt and vinegar. I got you, Freddie.
Sure.
Yours for the taking.
Really?
Just work that night charm.
Oh, thank you.
I made the effort. Not so much of a wicked stepmother now, eh?
Oh, well done. Well done.
Mwah. Thank you, darling.
Here, Mum.
Thanks, Bert.
We can watch a film.
I'm tired, Papa.
You can just chat. I know we don't do that often. You must miss Kira and Ash. You can talk to me too.
Your mother's supposed to be resting, Vinny. Give some space.
Stop pushing me out. I just want to help her
And give her a break.
What good's that? I need her to talk. Look, I know you don't want to go there, but I think that...
I know what you think, and you're wrong. I mean, what is it with you, man? I spent a weekend clearing up your mess at work. Finding someone else to lend us the money we need. I do not need us at home too. Let's get to the chippy. Get some food. And something for Nugget. We'll be back soon.
If anything happens to her, I will never forgive you.
You know, stalking's an offence.
Whoa. Oh, all right. I was just doing the neighbourly thing. I just brought some milk and stuff.
Sorry.
Stacey. No, I will take it in. You are clearly...
What, incapable of taking chocolate in now?
Nate, what is the matter? Is your mum okay?
I don't know. Can't get near her. That's literally gone now. Maybe you have better luck.
Eve?
Weren't expecting you.
Yeah, Vinny just gave me the keys. I've just brought some things, some milk and stuff.
That's really kind. Nish, why didn't you put the stuff away and make us a fresh cup of jar?
But we were just about to have dinner. I don't know.
No, I won't stay long. I'm also getting stuff to have. Yeah.
He's not going to let me out this time. What if we've missed our only chance?
You've got to trust me.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Tell the police. They pushed you down the stairs.
New drama tonight with Sharon Horgan and Michael Sheen. One of those that gets you thinking, what would I do at your child's best interests at night? Next, the electric cars revolution. Are you ready? And on BBC Three, Race Across the World.
We've got 2 weeks left. We don't want no drama, so you boys, you've got a surprise coming. A new arrival. Babe, hold up. When I leave here, you never coming back. Inshallah.
Man Like Moby. Watch on BBC iPlayer. It's time to glow up. It's the makeup competition with mega talent and mega stars. The looks of this, but the competition competition is fierce.
I will be fighting till that last moment.
I want to be Arthur. What's it like that?
It is insane. This is a ding dong delicious.
Brand new Glow Up. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
I couldn't believe how quickly my lovely city became divided.
This is actually realizing you still completely disagree about it. Did you not want to kill each other?
I will never lift a gun again.
Once Upon a Time in Northern Ireland. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Plug in to the future now on BBC One. Panorama goes electric.
For UK drivers, it's the biggest change we've ever seen.
It's the way forward. Yes, we have to clean up our environment. I'm all for it.
When will you go electric?
I'm a petrol head. Simple as.
Some are already trying to make it work.
It is a lot of effort. I'm not going to lie. It is effort, but I enjoy the effort.
While others think we're a long way off.
The general public can't afford EVs. You think about it, the average price of an EV is £40,000.
Is our charging network ready for the big switch?
I can now get this, I think. No.
I joined the electric revolution to find out.
It's all right. No, it really is all right. Actually, fun.
I want to know, is it time to go electric? Celebrating our petrolhead heritage. Hundreds of classic cars out in the sunshine.
And it's not just the exhibits. This is the car park. This is the people who've come to visit the show. And it is a sea of combustion engines.
Some of these feel like old friends. But gas guzzlers have been given a death sentence. The government says sales of new petrol and diesel cars must stop by 2030. Hybrids 5 years later. The future's electric, but not everyone wants it.
You take away people's choice and you take away people's freedom to do that. And that's not right.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
What do you think about electric cars?
I think they've got the right place to be in cities, but I'm on the farm side and turning stuff around all the time. They'd have to make batteries a lot better to work for us, really.
I guess it's better for the environment, but I think I'll still be in my gas guzzler.
Why?
It's part of the fun, the smell, the noise. They're too quiet, electric cars. They don't make the same noise as a big engine.
There are 1 million electric and hybrid vehicles in the UK, but around 95% of our cars are still petrol or diesel, and there's no plan to take them off the road.
I can't see it taking off in a second. We come back here in 20 years. Am I going to see a sea of electric cars here? Is it going to change things? Definitely not.
The switch to electric promises to be the biggest change in motoring since cars arrived. How ready are we? I'm going to drive this electric vehicle, or EV, up through England and Scotland to find out.
So, I have never owned or driven an electric car before. I'm a kind of blank canvas. If I'm honest, I don't really know what happens when that battery runs out.
The van has a maximum range of about 250 miles, but it recommends only charging the battery to 80% and starts warning you to recharge at 20%. And EV batteries generally don't last as long in hot or cold conditions or if you go fast.
You need to get confidence before you set off on that journey, and that is a big mindset shift for people because we're all used to just grabbing our keys, jumping in the car and setting off on a journey. Well, with an electric vehicle, you do need to have thought before you leave your house.
It's funny how quickly you become obsessed by that little battery sign. I'm heading into the rural Cotswolds. I'm a little bit nervous. It's a very common EV emotion, and it's known as range anxiety. There are 43,000 charging points in the UK, but the network is patchy. We're in Moreton-in-Marsh, which is in the Cotswolds, and this place here, I think this is the one for us. So when we arrived, there was a lady here, and then she just drove off, which makes me think that this is not working. So that's in. That light's on. That's a good sign. There's normally an app. There is no app on this one. It says there is an app, but there's also a card point. So I'm just going to tap that. Nothing. There are lots of different providers of charging points. That means lots of different ways of using them and paying. What we've got at the moment is everything has gone really well so far, apart from the fact I haven't got any electricity. Yeah, my name is. It seems there's a problem with the electricity supply. So all the chargers around here are offline at the moment in this area. It's really frustrating. As a first experience, wasn't very good.
Charging infrastructure is really important in terms of the deployment of EVs. They're important from addressing this consumer concern around range anxiety. So you need to create confidence around chargers being available. And there are two concerns right now. One is we don't have enough chargers, which is starting to be addressed. And the other is that the chargers are not working or are full, being used.
I've still got plenty of charge, so I'm not in trouble. We drive a few miles to another charger. There's a car park there, so I'm going to look in that car park. I think these are the ones I want. Wallet, phone, Hope. Here we go. That's in. It's connected. An ultra-rapid charger can fully charge your vehicle in under an hour, but most of them are slower than that. Payment approved, vehicle charging. So to get an extra 38 miles for this car, I've got to sit here for an hour. So if I wanted to fill it up from that port, then I'd have to sit here, I reckon, for about another 3 hours. It's not that good. In the next bay is Lawson. He's new to electric cars too. You live here in the beautiful Cotswolds. What is the provision like around here?
I've got a quick learning curve. I find that the ones I have visited quite locally in the local petrol station stuff are out of order quite often. And I marked up the reviews on each one before I visited them to make sure that they're working and stuff. And you get mixed reviews, you know.
The EV switch matters because a quarter of the UK's greenhouse gases come from transport. Electric cars don't produce any exhaust emissions. And even when you include manufacturing and electricity, emissions are still 65% less than petrol vehicles.
When you look at the total emissions analysis for an electric car versus a combustion engine vehicle, and the environmental impact is fundamentally different. And if we all want a different and greener transport future, then the shift to electric vehicle feels like the right one to take.
Who said electricity can't excite us anymore?
The motor industry is making the switch. There are waiting lists for many models. But electric cars can cost around a third more than petrol or diesel versions.
Ingenuity in motion.
They will be the vans and cars of the future. EVs will fulfill that role. And the reason I say that with confidence is there are almost no manufacturers around the world that are developing anything other than electric platforms.
The cost of charging an electric vehicle varies a lot. It can be much cheaper than petrol, but using rapid chargers can make EVs more expensive on a long run.
Here we are, and there are the machines, all lined up, and there's a nice space along that.
This is one of the better service stations for EVs in the country. Lots of really fast chargers. But even here, some drivers don't seem happy.
Very frustrating.
Is it?
Yeah, incredibly.
Why?
Because you've got no range on the vehicle. This is the second time I've had to charge today.
Wow. I don't think I know the answer, but our programme might be called "Should I Buy an Electric Car?" What would your answer be?
It would just be a short programme with just somebody sitting there saying, no, don't buy one because they're rubbish. They're absolute rubbish.
The general public can't afford EVs. If you think about it, the average price of an EV is £40,000. I mean, £40,000 is nothing to laugh at.
A full rapid charge can cost around £50.
Lights on, good. Yeah, it's working. So now I can stand back. So this is good, this is great. It's really great to see it fly up as well. So you can see the percentages. Every 20 seconds it moves up a percent. It's really satisfying.
Most motorway services aren't like this. The government plan was for a minimum of 6 rapid chargers at every service station in England by this year, but some still don't have a single one.
If you look at the network of service stations, it's pretty unimpressive. Some don't have any at all. I think it's only 1 in 4 have the 6 that the government wants. So why is it so slow, the rollout?
It's been quite torturous process, to be honest, to get the energy that's required. Getting chargers is not a challenge. Getting power is a major challenge. These are big infrastructure investments, but it needs government intervention and support. I praise them for bringing forward the ban, because I think we need to decarbonise. I think what they didn't do was fully understand the implications and the requirements around power.
The National Grid says going fully EV will add 10% to electricity demand, and the government says it will support upgrading the electricity system, and that the number of chargers has more than quadrupled in 4 years. But what about those making the cars? Do they think we're ready? This plant at Ellesmere Port used to make Vivas and Vectris. Now part of it is being rebuilt with government help to make electric vans. In 5 years, Vauxhall will only be selling EVs.
Is the UK ready for that EV revolution, do you think? I think the challenge, if we said today, we probably aren't, and I think it comes back to the charging infrastructure. We've only got about 10% of the charging requirement that we need for when we get to 2030. So we need a massive acceleration in terms of the public charging infrastructure, and that's what we need the government support on. This is the line for the new small van, so the Vauxhall Combo. Production will start, obviously, you can see now, we're starting to build the first vehicles. You can start to see the new battery technology. So the battery's enormous, isn't it? It is quite large. Where do these batteries come from then? Well, these batteries here currently are coming from China.
The battery is the crucial part of any EV, but we don't have the gigafactories the industry needs.
I think that should be of concern to us as a nation, because clearly we've got a strong, proud heritage in manufacturing. But clearly, we're looking at future investments ourselves within our plants. We've made our electric decision here. Other manufacturers in the UK are making their decisions. We've seen announcements recently. So I think clearly the government has still got a lot to do to support that. But I don't think it's all lost yet.
So what more can Britain do? Well, in America and Europe, they're using huge sums of public money and tax breaks to promote their EV industry. The man who launched the UK-manufactured Nissan Leaf, once the world's biggest selling EV, says we risk being left behind.
So first of all, you have to ask yourself as a country, do you want to be in vehicle manufacturing or not? If we continue as we do now, then we can say goodbye to our car industry. It's as simple as that. Those 800,000 jobs will go over the next 10 years.
The government says it's positioning the UK as one of the best locations in the world to make EVs and batteries. It says it's invested £2 billion into accelerating the transition to battery electric vehicles, and that the UK has the second largest plug-in vehicle market in Europe, including a record number of battery electric vehicles sold in March this year. The EV experience is much cheaper and more straightforward if you charge at home overnight. A full charge might cost as little as £20. But what about the millions of drivers who don't have a driveway or garage?
You okay? You close, like.
Sophia likes driving her electric car, but is struggling with the basics.
That's quite a manoeuvre, Sophia. That's quite a manoeuvre.
Well, I tried to get the 4 wheels on top.
Yeah.
So.
And you completely blocked the path then?
I know, yes.
There's nobody mind.
I've got a sign, don't worry.
Oh, you've got a sign, that's all right.
It's not easy to charge her car.
Just have to.
Does it go through the window?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll pass it through. It's going to work, is it going to stretch?
Yeah,
I see, that's okay.
She says she's got understanding neighbours.
She's got an electric car and she charges it by stretching the wire from a window there. What do you think about that?
That solution isn't brilliant, is it?
That's the best that she can do.
Yeah, it is. I would do it. If you're asking me, I would do it.
Would you?
Yes, I would, yeah.
So I call the council, I email them, I just try to find out what are my options, what can I do. I ask if I could have like a designated bay, like a reserve area, and just they don't have any answers because they don't have a system in place yet.
Tenants, landlords and flat owners can get a £350 grant towards a charger. But house owners, like Sophia, don't qualify, and she doesn't have the space anyway.
I thought about putting like the charger point on the wall that you're sitting.
Yeah.
And then they put like a little pole, like a flag pole.
Yeah.
And then like a pole like that.
Right.
And then the cable comes kind of like dingling down here. I did ask as well whether I could, because I've got this little alleyway here.
Oh, yeah.
Belongs to the council. They said that is highways. And then highway said, no, that is planning. And then planning says, no, it's, so nobody.
I think people might watch this and go, well, that sounds like a lot of effort.
It is a lot of effort. I'm not going to lie. It is effort. But I enjoy the effort. Yeah, there's challenges. It's not easy peasy. It's not the norm. It's not what everybody's been doing. But it's 100% better. It's the way to go forward. We are just polluting the world, blind eye to everything that we're doing. Something needs to change.
So compared to a country like Norway, where the government has put big financial incentives, big tax breaks, they've subsidised almost every part of the ecosystem that exists around an electric vehicle. We've seen almost none of those things happen in the UK. So the cost and the burden of making that shift is very much being borne by manufacturers and by retailers and ultimately by the end consumer to some extent.
My relationship with the EV is starting to settle down. I'm even happy driving up this mountain pass.
I didn't know this road, and I've done it a few times in loads of different cars. And it is scary. It's scary just in a kind of box standard car because in parts it's just so crazy steep. It's alright. It's alright, you know, it really is alright. Actually, it's fun. I made it. Look at the view. Look at this. Beautiful.
Surveys suggest most people who buy EVs wouldn't go back to petrol or diesel. So how close are we to the tipping point when everyone will want one?
We can't go far enough at the minute, I don't think. Really? And the miles that we can do, they tell you, are in like perfect conditions as well, in a wind tunnel. Whereas in real life, it can work like that.
Well, you're not convinced at all, are you?
No, not really.
For me personally, at the moment, it's too expensive.
I'm retired and I can charge at home overnight, no problem.
Charging home all right, and
it's not fast charging.
No, it doesn't matter, go all night, it's
I go
fine.
all night.
Yeah.
And that does it, and it's my electric car is wonderful.
I'm a petrol head. Simple as.
It's the way, it's the future. It is, yes, we have to clean up our environment. I'm all for it.
You just want to get in a car, you want to work out your PP stops, blah, blah, blah. You don't want to work out your charging stops, do you?
I'm heading north and the basic challenges are getting me down again. Charging isn't as simple as filling up with petrol or diesel. You sometimes have to fill in an online form or download an app.
So I am getting the whole charging mindset. I'm getting there bit by bit, but I am not blessed with great patience, and I find these things a real challenge. It's just taken me 6 goes to make that thing work. I moved there and then moved back. I filled in an app, I filled in a website. It took ages, and I find it a bit stressful. But in the end, it's worth it because the power is flowing, but it's not fun.
Some drivers say it gets easier.
Yeah, I mean, that one was working. That one, it immediately said it was fully charged, which it wasn't. But this one's working. There is that pain initially when you set things up, but the software in the car is brilliant. It tells me a lot about the range, what it thinks I'm going to need. I can look to see where charging points are.
You just get used to it.
Yeah.
For me, finding a charger is still a worry. The government says the market is best placed to identify the right location for charges.
I think they have largely set a date and then given the challenge to the industry, the charging providers, consumers to figure out how they go on that journey. I think the biggest area where central planning would have been hugely powerful and helpful is in the charging infrastructure.
The more remote the location, and this is pretty remote, the more important it becomes that you find the charging. Like, I have grown used to this idea of plotting the journey and planning the charging. But where we are now, there's only a handful of chargers in the next 50 miles. And if one is broken, then I'm in big trouble.
I'm near Glencoe and I've reached another charger. But now I'm here, I'm struggling to pay.
So I've given up on the app. I can't make the app work. This is a new form I've got to fill in, but it's a shorter one. So we might get there. The app was just a disaster zone. all the stories about electric cars, generally speaking, I haven't found that to be the case. You just get used to them, they're nice. You plan your journeys, you do the charging. But this bit, the admin, is an absolute nightmare. I can now get this, I think. No. Check vehicle connection, it's not connected. We are dangerously close to getting power.
The Scottish Government has set up a national charging network. I found out later that it's cheaper and easier to access if you sign up in advance.
I'm connected, I've sorted out payment, I filled a form in, I've registered for all sorts of things. I can hear this making a noise. That's normally a good sign. Starting. Yay! See, it is really satisfying when you get it over the line because I've passed the puzzle. I got to the next level, which is where I get power. And it's, see, you hear it. That's when you know you're winning. When the thing comes alive, I now have beautiful electricity going into my car.
In every corner of the UK, EVs are becoming part of life. This is Guy, a delivery man working around Inverness. The electric van has worked for him because he doesn't drive far.
Daunting in the beginning, just to see how it was actually going to fare with a normal delivery day. But no, I hope, for me in particular, because I do such a small area delivery-wise, it doesn't really affect me that much. I mean, I could easily go 2 to 3 days on one charge.
Lots of big companies have gone electric, but it's expensive. This family business has spent £500,000 switching 10 of their 200 vehicles. Because of the range, they only use them for their shorter routes.
As a business and a business owner, you've got to start looking to the future, and we've got this time bomb ticking with net zero coming up. So when we start doing this, we are starting our journey, albeit it's 5% of my fleet. So it's not like it's changed the world for us, but it's a big step and it's a bold step for us. And hopefully people will see that businesses our size are prepared to actually do something rather than just wait.
Our journey ends on Scotland's west coast. The days of relying on burning carbon are coming to an end. It's less than 7 years until new petrol and diesel vehicles are banned. EVs will cut greenhouse gases, and whether we like them or not, they're better for the planet.
I enjoyed my EV journey. I'm a little bit converted to electric cars. I certainly enjoyed doing more than 1,000 miles in that with zero tailpipe emissions. But are we ready for the great electric revolution?
I'm not sure. The charger network is patchy in places, and they can be quite hard to use.
Cars need to stop on long journeys to get that top up. Feels to me we've got a long way to go.
Who's really calling you? Is that email genuine? Taking on the cyber criminals next on BBC One, Rav Wilding and the Scam Interceptors.
We're hitting the road to explore beautiful Britain.
Coming in, let's go.
Something we haven't done since we was kids.
Dad, do you carry on, send it.
Shall not be defeated! And opening up about stuff we've never talked about.
I let you down. A son, family, more important than anything in the world.
A right family holiday. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
My daughter has a rare neuromuscular disorder.
She's deteriorating rapidly. I am sorry to say that I think we should stop all treatment.
They don't get to decide what to do. Promise me that you will fight for her.
I said she's in a
She is
lot of
still
pain.
your child.
Yes, she is.
A decision has to be made as to what is in her best interests.
Best Interests starts tonight at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Family life in turmoil in half an hour. It is a scenario the rest of us dare not think about. But now the message is to keep your wits about you.
The UK is being bombarded with scam emails, texts and calls.
Good afternoon, this is the Visa Security Department.
You have been charged $399. Using your debit card details, you are trying to take $600.
From fraudsters posing as real companies.
We are here to secure your account.
Every year we are losing billions. The authorities can't keep up, so we are fighting back.
We've teamed up with ethical hacker Jim Browning. He works undercover, using his tech skills to hack into scam call centres.
I see these scammers trying to steal money from the most vulnerable people in society. I can't sit and just watch that.
We've set up a purpose-built tech hub to intervene and stop the scams before they happen.
In here, we'll be monitoring scammers that Jim's hacked into. We'll be able to see and hear everything they do. And if we think anyone's about to lose any money, we'll intercept.
Stop what you're doing, sir. I believe you are being scammed.
This is Scam Interceptors.
Coming up, the scammers turn nasty as they try to con one pensioner out of her cash.
Are you wasting my time? Do you want to waste my time?
I'm not wasting his time, but I would
you
try.
3 times in the beginning of the call.
And how one woman living with dementia was left dazed and confused after her brush with the fraudsters.
I remember his voice, and he made things sound very real, didn't he?
If anything demonstrates just how ruthless these scammers are, it's how this woman was treated. Once the fraudsters had clocked that the person on the end of the line had money in their account and that they might be alone and vulnerable, they became determined to rinse them of every penny. It's one of the most shocking crimes we've ever seen, and it was played out right in front of us.
It's early morning in our scam hub at the BBC HQ in Glasgow. Team members Nick and Mark are secretly monitoring scammers in an illegal call centre in Kolkata.
We are here to secure your account.
Okay.
The scammer is running a classic confidence trick which takes place in 2 parts. We're calling it the debit card scam.
It all starts with a phone call out of the blue, where an automated voice tells you there's been suspicious activity on your Visa debit card.
If you have not made any such purchases or transactions, then kindly press 1 to speak to customer service. Thank you.
Press 1 and you're put through to a scammer who takes your personal information, supposedly to verify you. They then ask for your banking details so they can check the suspicious transaction. This information will be key to how the scam unfolds, as we're about to find out.
And one unsuspecting caller has just pressed 1 and has been put through to scammers who are claiming there's been a £600 fraudulent payment made on her debit card.
Today they have tried to take 600. Tomorrow might be they can try to take 6,000 as well.
Oh, okay.
He said that to help her, he needs her bank sort code.
Under that number, left-hand side corner, you can find a 6-digit short code in 3 pairs.
Yes, I can see that, but I don't know how to answer it.
The sort code is important for the scammer. It means he can find out what bank the woman uses. With that, he can claim to know more about her than he really does, to try and win her trust. But the lady on the end of the phone is sounding suspicious.
You're telling me I don't know. What did you don't know? I'm helping you to find it out, the short code.
Yeah, but you could be anybody. I'm sorry.
The woman is nervous about handing over her bank details.
I mean, I don't know.
The Visa security department, okay? It's a debit card security department. And I'm not asking any of your card numbers or account numbers, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry then. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Having shut down the woman's concerns, the scammer quickly moves onto the next part of the scam.
Which bank debit card you're handy with?
I can see it all.
Don't wait. Are you wasting my time? Do you want to waste my time?
I'm not wasting your time, but I'm
told you 3 times in the beginning of the call.
No, I'm not being.
Yes, I can
I'm not
understand.
being
And let me tell you about you are not paying any money to anyone, okay? You are got scammed right now of 600. There are some people who are trying to use your debit card, okay? Using your debit card details, they are trying to take 600. Today they have tried to take 600. Tomorrow might be they can try to take 6,000 as well.
The scammer is ramping up the pressure, falsely claiming that the woman could be in danger of losing more money than she already has, but that he can help.
We are here to secure your account.
Right, okay, thank you. I'm sorry if I'm being awkward, but
I can understand, ma'am.
He's been unbelievably rude to her, quite aggressive in trying to push her to get her sort code. And she's been very reticent, rightly, to give it over the phone. But it seems like he's edging ever closer towards getting what he wants.
You're as my grandmother. I can understand your like your thoughts, because there are some people who's trying to scam anywhere, anything. I can understand. You don't have to worry about anything. I'm just asking for the short code, ma'am.
This fraudster's clearly a pro, and it seems his tricks are working. The woman hands over her name and who she banks with.
Mrs. Brown, Santander.
It's not much to go on, but team member Mark starts a search for Mrs. Brown's online. He can at least look up the bank sort code that Mrs. Brown has just revealed to the scammers in the hope of finding where in the country she might be based. In the meantime, the scammer is pressing ahead, trying to find out how much his victim has in her bank account.
Do you have any rough idea that what should be the closing balance? It was more than 5,000, it was more than 10,000, it was more than 50,000. Any rough idea do you have? No.
Despite Mrs. Brown's reluctance to give him much information, the scammer is moving swiftly onto the next stage of his scam.
Now, I have sent all the details to the anti-fraud department of Santander. So right now they have just provided me an officer number, okay? Can you just write it down, the number?
if I can get a pen, just a moment.
Okay, ma'am.
This is the clever bit of the scam. They're pretending to give her a number for Santander's anti-fraud department and asking her to ring it. But of course, the number will actually just take her through to another scammer in the same call centre, who'll then try and convince her to transfer them or her cash.
Now, the number starts from 020 8123. Yes, you just have to ring on this number and you have to just tell them that from your account a transaction has been made of 600 and you just want to cancel the transaction, okay? Bye for now, ma'am. Thank you for choosing Santander. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
Shamelessly, the scammer has signed off the call, all of a sudden pretending to be from Santander and not Visa, who he claimed to be from at the start of his scam. But whatever the scammer's identity crisis, ending his call with Mrs. Brown is the opportunity Nick needs to jump in.
Drop her number? Right, we need to get her on the phone straight away because she's about to call them up. Yeah, go for it. It's 01. Okay.
But the landline is engaged.
Please try again later.
Try again.
Nick may be seconds too late.
Please try again later.
She might have already started calling them. Oh, I really hope she's not on the phone to them. We don't have a mobile. We don't know her first name. We've only got a second name to go on.
I hope see I can find.
Mark quickly tries to search for any Mrs. Browns with the landline area code they think they have for her, in the hope she may have other contact details registered. But with such a common name, it's proving tricky.
I think we have no choice but to keep trying to get through to her. And if we succeed at some point today and we find that she's already gone down the wrong road and maybe even transferred some money, at least then we can warn her and tell her that she was dealing with scammers and maybe her bank put a freeze on the transaction or something like that. That's our only hope at this point, I think.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's give her another go, shall we?
After trying for over half an hour with 11 call attempts,
it's ringing. No answer again.
unfortunately, Nick just can't get hold of Mrs. Brown. And it's not long before the team hear on their feed that the scam call centre is back on the phone to her, asking why she's not yet called their fake fraud number. It appears Mrs. Brown is more confused than ever.
Obviously, I've got two things.
All right, no problem, love.
In the throes of the scam, Mrs. Brown gives away her first name, Janet, and divulges the name of both banks she says she holds accounts with.
And can you tell me, Janet, that do you have your last bank statement with the Barclays? And what is the closing balance?
This scammer's persistence seems to be paying off. He now has another of Janet's bank accounts in his sights.
All right. Now I have passed this information to the fraud department of Barclays, who are handling this type of case.
And, as if it couldn't get worse, Janet seems to offer up even more information.
But I've just found that I've got an HSBC.
Do you have the HSBC bank statement with you? What is the balance?
Janet now also seems to have offered up information about a significant sum she says she has in a third bank account. And it's this account the fraudster now has his sights on. But the constant questioning from the scammers is raising Janet's suspicions once again.
You are talking to the HSBC and HSBC visa department, okay?
Keen to try and keep Janet on the line, the scammer has changed his story once again and is now claiming that he is from HSBC. And that is the account which the fraudulent payment is from. But Janet's not convinced.
That's strange, though, because I've got relatives who work
at
HSBC.
Janet says that her family, who work for HSBC, would have called her had there been fraudulent activity.
We have received that someone is trying to make a request of £600 from your HSBC account. All right?
Then why?
Just because of that, your relative is working on the same branch where you have open account.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that is the reason your relative is not calling you. As you know that a lot of employees are working in a HSBC. You can understand. You are a smart lady, Janet.
The scammer is now on the charm offensive.
So this lady's been in this information gathering scam for quite a long time now, and she's asked a lot of questions in that time, which made us wonder whether or not she might be onto them. It doesn't seem like she is. She is still giving over quite a lot of information.
We are from the headquarters of HSBC in London.
What about in East London? I'm an ex-Londoner.
Oh, you're born in East London?
I would travel to East London all the time because I have a lot of road difference in East London. And I have told you, one of those roads is through the political.
Janet's revelation that she has relatives in the police suddenly changes everything.
Right now, do one thing, take a rest. We don't want to do anything right now. We can cancel that payment, okay?
The scammer deletes Janet's information on his screen and tries to bring the call to a close.
my cousin is, well, he will be a senior police officer now.
Speaking in Hindi, we can hear the scammer fill his colleague in on the target's police connections.
Brother, senior officer, relative HSBC.
The scammer is now desperate to wrap up the call.
We have cancelled the £600.
Department in it.
Bye bye. Everything will be normal as it is. You can contact your any relative. Thank you.
Janet has managed to get herself out of any short-term danger, but because the scammers still have a lot of her personal information, she's not out of the woods yet.
It's a bit worrying, and I think we do need to get her on the phone. Okay, can you give me that number?
Yep, it's 017.
With little luck reaching her before, Nick just hopes that this time Janet will answer. He needs to warn her that these scammers may still strike again.
Hello, could I speak to Janet Brown, please?
Yes, speaking.
Hello, Janet. My name is Nick Stapleton, calling from the BBC.
Right.
We're making a programme at the moment about scam call centres.
All right.
I believe
weird, because
you were just on the phone. Yes, and I heard, so we are monitoring the activity of call centres that we know to be scammers.
And did you hear what I said as well?
Well, I think you were onto them, weren't you?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, good. I'm glad.
I didn't work for Kent Police for nothing, you know.
It turns out Janet's police connections are very close indeed, as she actually worked for the force.
I just try to put them on a different track, but they don't want to go there, do they?
No, so this particular scam that those guys are running, what they're trying to do is to gather enough information to be able to follow up that call, where they'll pretend they're calling from your local branch.
Oh, right, will they? Oh, that'll be interesting.
That's when they will try and take some money off
Oh, I'll enjoy that one.
Yes. So, Janet, I would suggest that it's a good idea to call your bank's fraud department today and just let them know that you were on the phone with a scammer. They should just perhaps put a watch on your account or put some kind of flag on your account just for any suspicious activity in the next couple of weeks.
I wouldn't mind. I ain't got that much money.
Thanks a lot, Janet. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Later, I visit Janet at home to find out how she clocked she was being scammed.
Hearing it, I think I've done very well.
If you think you've been scammed, then there's some steps you need to take straight away. Firstly, call your bank. The number is usually on the back of your bank card. Remove any software that scammers asked you to install on your phone or laptop. If you're not sure how to do this, then ask a trusted friend or family member. Change your passwords on as many online accounts as you can. Report the crime to Action Fraud,
the UK's reporting service for fraud and cybercrime. Go to actionfraud.police.uk or call 0300 123 20 40. If you're in Scotland, report the crime to the police on 101.
If you've ever been scammed or been close to being scammed, it's easy to feel as if you've lost a bit of control. So knowing a little about how these scammers operate can mean you don't fall foul of them again.
We rejoin the Glasgow Scam Hub as they monitor the same call centre as before, still running the debit card scam. You'll remember it relies on making you believe that someone has got access to your debit card and could be making fraudulent transactions on it.
And all money is in your one account only. Okay. All right, love. Just hold on. Let me check everything on my database.
This time, the victim is female and the scammer is very persuasive.
All right, ma'am. So what I'll do, I'll be arranging a call back for you for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. That would be okay. Until the time, I'm looking into your account. That is there any nuisance activities or things which we are suspecting at the moment, and I'll let you know with all the information tomorrow morning. Okay.
As we heard there, that was another first part of this two-part scam that we're seeing from this particular call centre. And that employee was setting up second call for a specific time. we speak to that person and tell them that this is obviously a fraudulent call, because if they do take that call tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, sure enough, they're going to be relieved of their money.
Make sure, ma'am, we are running an investigation. And the most important thing is that till the time the investigation is going on, you don't need to say about this investigation.
Before hanging up, the scammer is making sure the victim doesn't blow his cover, telling this person not to discuss the supposed security breach with anyone.
So we'll try now to get them on the phone. We barely got any information at the time we were listening in on that. Just a landline number and the fact that it was a female he was talking to. No name, nothing. We try and give her a call. I got 012.
If we can reach the woman before she takes the call tomorrow morning, we've got a good chance of stopping the scam.
True. Hello there. My name is Nick Stapleton. I'm a journalist calling from the BBC.
Yes, sir.
This is going to sound quite strange. I'm making a programme at the moment about scam call centres based in India.
Yeah.
I believe that you were just on the phone with one of those scammers. They were talking to you about your bank account and a possible suspicious transaction on your debit card.
Yeah.
And they'll call you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Yeah, so I just wanted to let you know that that person that you were just speaking to, they are a scammer. They are nothing to do with your bank. They are just someone who's seeking to relieve you of your money. So please don't answer when they call back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I won't. Thank you for that.
Nick asks the woman her name, so we can contact her later to check that she's okay, but she doesn't want it broadcast.
I think that conversation that you had with that person who you were just talking to, you revealed quite a lot of information about your financial situation. It would be a good idea just to call your bank's fraud department, and they will put some kind of flag on your account to stop any money going out, just in case anything dodgy happens. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, love.
Thank you. You have a good day.
And you.
See ya. Bye-bye. So that was the woman who had been on the phone to that scammer there, and she didn't know it was a scam. She was going to take that call at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I'm really glad that we managed to get her on the phone when we did.
Following our call, the woman confirmed that no money was taken from her accounts. Earlier in the Glasgow hub, fraudsters were ruthlessly trying to take the money of victim Janet Brown.
We have received that someone is trying to make a request of £600 from your HSBC account.
I've come to meet 77-year-old Janet. Janet has a form of dementia and struggles with her short-term memory, so her son, Andrew's joined her.
So, Janet, lovely to meet you. What do you remember about that call?
I can remember a man's voice starting to chat, and then he's saying something about money, and as I'm quite prudent with money, I thought, I don't like this.
Okay, I have some clips on this computer here which I would like to play for you.
I'd love to hear what I said to somebody who I recognised as being a scammer.
They have tried to take 600. Tomorrow might be they can try to take 6,000 as well. We are here to secure your account. I'm sorry for being awkward. I can understand. You're as my grandmother. I can understand your thoughts, because there are some people who's trying to scam anywhere, anything. You have to be aware about everything. Okay? It's very far, okay?
Yeah, I remember that call.
Okay.
I remember his voice more than anything else, and he made things sound very real, didn't he?
One thing that I took, and Andrew, you probably got this as well, was how almost forceful the male was towards you to get you to do what he wanted.
Yeah.
Andrew, what are your thoughts?
It started out nice, and then he ended up, as you said, persistent. To the point, yes, he was being rude. If you're going to be rude, you're not legitimate.
Janet, from hearing that footage, certainly sounds to me like you were suspicious at this point.
I was a bit suspicious, but my idea of getting to them is I wanted to keep them on there as long as I could. So the phone call is costing them an awful lot of money.
I've just got one more clip that I want to show you, okay?
One of those relatives, there's a big fault.
Right now, do want to take a rest. If we don't want to do anything right now, we can cancel that payment, okay? £600. We have cancelled the £600.
You can't afford it.
Bye-bye. Everything will be as it is. You can contact your radio relative. Thank you.
You had told them that for many years you worked at a police station.
Yeah.
And when you told him that information, suddenly he was like, whoa!
You don't want to know.
And he ended the call.
Yeah. Well, I knew that he was a scammer, you see. That's why I said I work for Kent Police, so don't bother me. Just don't bother me. Hearing it, I think I've done very well, actually.
It was a near miss for Janet this time, and in the weeks since this call, Andrew has been keeping a close eye on all of his mum's bank accounts for her.
I'm pleased that you've come and made it easier, and I know much more to say to the people who tried to scam me. I'm an old lady now, and you know, I want someone to make sure that I'm doing the right thing.
Just keeping your guard up,
Yeah.
don't entertain it, phone down, phone a relative. And
Thank
by
you.
sharing your story, you will definitely be helping others.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I
Thanks,
like
Andrew.
helping others. That's what we're here for, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And for Andrew, being able to witness firsthand what his mum went through enables him to continue to help keep her as safe as he can.
Going through what happened was quite eye-opening for me, because seeing what actually was said by the people was a little bit disgusting and a little bit worrying. The way they started to get a little bit forceful. I'm grateful that Nick phoned my mum and made her aware that she had had a scam call. I've got a little bit more knowledge what to look out for. Mum's got a lot more knowledge what to look out for.
I'm out seeing a lot of old people tonight, and I shall say, you know, just please be careful in future.
Good.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure to talk to you both, so thank you.
Thank you.
Just had a good chat with Janet, and I think that just highlights the importance that we should all be looking out for anyone who may be vulnerable from this type of fraud. Thankfully, she didn't lose any money on this occasion, and I think now her guard is well and truly up.
We haven't been able to identify all the call centres we've intercepted, but we're continuing to investigate, and where we can, we'll be taking matters further. If you'd like to contact us about any of the issues in today's programme, then please drop us an email, scaminterceptors@bbc.co.uk.
That brings us to the end of today's programme. Remember, if you ever receive a call out of the blue from someone claiming to be from your bank or a big company, it's likely to be a scam. The best way of staying safe is to simply hang up and check in your own time. Goodbye.
New drama next with Sharon Horgan and Michael Sheen. One of those that gets you thinking, what would I do in your child's best interests?
Another Georgie story coming up. She just lurches from one scandal to the next.
Hello, Your Royal Highness. You smell like my granddad. Thank you. He's an alcoholic.
Well, the original party princess. I mean, it is beyond embarrassing now. What are they going to do with her?
They wouldn't. They have. They couldn't. They can.
Queen of Australia.
This is your last chance to continue living as a royal.
It's clicked up late.
It's Australia or bust.
Hey, Australia. Queen of Oz starts Friday at 9:30 on BBC One and iPlayer. Yeah, it's time.
Excellent.
Ooh. 1, 2, 3, go. This is a ding dong delicious. Oh, good, you bought the dog. Have a name. Oh.
I think you should know.
She'd probably wouldn't say yes, mate.
Honestly, I didn't get stuck. You look like an Indian.
No.
It is insane.
The hottest TV this summer. Press red to watch now on BBC iPlayer.
David Hartley, this is my family.
The prodigal son returned. You're not dead?
We've no place left in hell.
Village's on its knees.
What can we do? I can clip and make coins.
Anyone looks off at the mouth, we will all end up swinging.
It's a criminal venture.
Fear no wrath.
There's risk involved over there, but I'll still try someone else.
The Gallows Pole. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Natural instinct as a parent versus the guidance of doctors. It is a heartbreaking, impossible place to be now. New drama with some strong language from the start and some scenes which you may find upsetting.
My heart goes out to the family. It really does. It's such a difficult situation. I suppose what the medics look at is the prospective recovery. They don't want to make a decision, so they have to go to the court, but they clearly feel that this is...
Looking at the papers this morning, this makes the front page on nearly every...
Really? It's going to be okay.
When is it right for doctors to withdraw treatment for very sick children and allow them to die? Usually such decisions are made in partnership between doctors and parents. But when they can't agree, hospitals must seek permission from a judge.
Vicky, what would you say to others in your position?
I wouldn't need to say anything because they'd understand. Because they, like me, have spent their entire lives fighting.
Look, I know you've got the Queen in your hand, Clara.
Oh my God, I don't want to play the Queen.
I want to play dangerous with me.
Whatever that is. I'm scared.
I'm being a mobster. We're on the train, playing cards. It was an idea. It passed.
You've been my mall. Cowboys have malls. Not cowboys. Monsters.
No.
You've been kept anyway.
No, I would have found someone much more powerful to keep me.
No one more powerful than we would have wanted you.
Nonsense. I've been an accountant who mainly specialised in fencing arrangements. I could have cleaned any money. I would have been known as bagwash.
I know a game we can play. Follow me, bagwash. Come on.
No. This is not comfortable.
Let's enjoy our last freedom.
Yeah, too often. But no. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you know, my knee's not great, and this is a bit one. Oh, it's nice. Just shush. You stop shushing me.
Oh, I'm trying.
Face it, Sticky. Come on, it's her phone. Through the car park. What's the matter with you? Goodness sake.
It's fine.
That's fine.
If there's any problems, they would have called.
Yeah, no. Hey!
On time. Very impressive.
Hey, a welcoming party.
Hi.
Good trip.
Right.
Great trip. How were they? Oh, both as good as gold. Yeah. She had a bit of a turn at one point.
What? What kind of a turn?
But Alice gave her a cold compress and read her a story, and that sorted her out a little bit.
Katie wasn't on her phone the whole time.
Oh, a bit, but she was good. Helpful.
Helpful?
Yeah. Alice, like you said, kept checking on her every 5 minutes.
Well, the alarms work fine.
You could have been telling her.
Hey. Hi. How are you?
Good.
You look like you had a good time.
We did.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They've been brilliant.
Well, we'd expect nothing less.
Right, we're off then.
You be okay getting back?
It's only a full 3 streets away, mate. We're not that tired.
Listen, I can't tell you what this break has done for us.
They have both such lovely girls.
Oh, thank you.
See you later.
Now she was smiling.
Well, there's a lot to be smiling about, mate, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I'll see you at work.
Certainly will. And how were you?
Bored. At one point, Frank told me all about the internal workings of a combustion engine.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't do wide-ranging conversation. But you like Alice, right?
Oh, every time she talked, he interrupted her.
Well, thank you for trying to be kind.
Mum was telling me about the holiday.
It was great.
She said you dried your socks on the radiator and they sank.
Excuse me, the hotel was charging £3 for washing socks, so I did it myself.
She's great. Right now.
Oh, it was supposed to be romantic. You told me it was going to be romantic.
Socks didn't dilute the romance too badly. If anything, they helped. Turns out, Mum likes stinky rooms. Now, what we reading? Please tell me we finished that. Good night. Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
You promised you'd stop.
I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you.
Good night.
Hey. Hey. You going okay?
Yeah. Bed?
Yes, be up in a bit.
If you come to bed, we could finish what we started in that disgusting toilet. If you wanted to.
Right. Or we could. I think if we still.
No, she's not. She's not. Let's stay on holiday.
Take the peanut butter. Andrew! It's all right, Pat. I've got you. I've got you. It's all right.
Ambulance?
Yeah, it's on its way. Her temperature's rocketing. It's another fucking infection. Sorry. Sorry. You ready?
Okay.
It's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it. Just breathe.
Okay, darling. We're nearly there. Okay.
It's gonna be okay. Don't worry.
Right here, Marty. Comes here.
Some gauge attacks. Oxygen levels stabilized, blah blah, normal drill, go to sleep.
Temperature stable. Temperature checked.
Should I check the temperature?
Right.
Bizarrely, probably all that.
Oh, man.
Can I get you? I can't find crisps for one.
What?
You don't need to eat them, you just need to have them. Having them means I can have them. Difference being I'll eat mine.
Cheese and onion.
Cheese and onion. Oh, money. I didn't bring money. I may need to buy a chocolate bar too. I checked the temperature. Well, we're going to have to forget about it for now. We'll have another look when we get back. Okay, I'm sure we can get something when we're there. I couldn't find
your bum
water.
Why? She can use mine. Just get in the car.
Okay, I'm going to close the boot. You get in.
No, not today,
No. Come on. In you get. Not today. Come on, in you get with your sister.
I'm tired.
Okay, well, it's 11 a.m. I think you'll survive. Right. Okay.
Okay. I'm down. Take mine.
Sorry, buddy. Right. Okay, we're ready. Yeah. I've got the hold your seat. Hi. We've got an appointment at one. We're a bit late for an appointment at 1:15 with Dr. Sendak.
What Dad's phoning you? I expect him to call. Ask him. Don't ask me. Ask him. That's fine. She wants your phone.
I've just got to do a few work things.
You got to start it on.
Don't be nervous.
Of course I'm nervous.
So, we've had all our tests back. She's lovely, by the way. Now, who's this? A young doctor? So, well, challenge. Come with me. I would like you to draw a family of faces on these, so that by the time me and Mum and Daddy finished our meeting, it was a puppet show, okay?
Okay.
Fantastic. Also, lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've had the test results back, and they do indicate a problem with her muscles.
So, can you make a diagnosis?
Well, they showed abnormal muscle cells suggestive of a muscular dystrophy, although genetic testing has been unable to identify a subtype.
So she has muscular dystrophy, but you don't know what kind.
This is true in a lot of patients, I'm afraid.
What does this mean for a future doctor?
Well, that's where this is particularly difficult. Looking at her test results and charting her progress, I would say that a further deterioration seems extremely likely. She's unlikely to be able to walk unaided, and she's likely to see other complications to key organs. I think it's very important that you know this as quickly as possible. I think you should prepare yourselves for the possibility that Marnie's life will not be a full one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes. In my professional opinion, yes. Although science, of course, can do wonderful things. Hey, how are you doing over there? Have you done me yet? Very important you get my nose right.
Perhaps we should be speaking to someone else.
Well, I would recommend it. Frequently sets people's minds at rest. I might give you a list of doctors' names if you like.
Yes.
Please come and talk to me again anytime. This is enough for me, so we can set up a meeting perhaps when you haven't got the kids with you.
We had to bring them both because we both wanted to be here.
Of course. And I've loved having them both here. There are many beautiful stories in this life. Please don't assume that Marnie's story is going to be any less beautiful. It'll just be different. And you have to adapt to that difference. And you'll find such joy if you do.
And you can go up to me as soon as you have them. Right. So, Marnie has a severe chest infection. She's on a ventilator and now stable. We're not able to tell when she'll be well enough to extubate. With the previous damage to her lungs and now this, it may prove difficult.
We went away. We left her with friends.
Important to get away.
Yeah, but if we'd have been there, I'd have seen signs.
You didn't do anything wrong. Nikki, you didn't do anything wrong. You're excellent parents. Look, you've heard this enough times, but the best thing to do now is go home and sleep. No more in the morning.
going away. It didn't cause this. We've been here before. It'll be fine.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. The pitches are hot firing, and it's looking good.
This is Apollo 11, and this is Sunrise!
You are so technical. We are highly trained astronauts.
And can you hold that, Captain? She's breaking all up!
I thought I got everything.
Hey. Yeah. No, I saw you tidy. That was. Thank you. That was kind.
Just wanted to help. Maybe I didn't.
No, you did. It's just me. Yeah. Taking my mind off things.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Great.
Do you want to do something this weekend? When mine is back.
Well, I'm busy this weekend.
What weekend?
Yeah, my office thing.
Oh shit.
No, it's okay.
No, it's not okay because look, I didn't I didn't.
You don't need to show
No,
me.
wait, I just you know.
Please don't show me.
No, I want to show
It's
you. It's
fine.
in the diary. There.
You don't need to come.
Doesn't want to come. I heard there's a big trumpets guy in town, okay, handing out trumpet scholarships.
Right.
Specifically looking for grade 4 players. You can pop out. You've always got a vibe on his nose.
Oh, you're a bitch. You're a bitch.
Ba, 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 ba.
Ba, ba, ba. She's gonna be okay. Right.
Because this is normal. Absolutely normal. Okay. Just the usual.
Music. Morning.
Do you mind if you don't?
What for the hour are you today?
Yeah, I can if you want.
Yeah? Alright.
Always seems like there's a complete lack of mystery here.
What, in the town?
Yeah, don't you think? Like if you knocked on any door, you'd find exactly what you expect to find.
I suppose that's what home is. The expected.
The UK national newspapers are calling on the government to protect the Freedom of Information Act following criticism that the public are being unfairly obstructed.
You don't need to come in. You know what they're going to say.
No.
Look, you've taken 4 days off. And there may be a pile up of stuff. Fine, can't handle it all. Nikki! I've got a new JoJo voice. Oh, That's nice.
Well, you like to have asked one.
Yeah, I do. She's great. I'm just not really in a reading mood.
The Coopers have been back through.
Okay.
I think their little girl might be stage 4 now. Very sad.
Right. Well, be sure to tell them my kid's dying too.
Well, I
I'm
just
sorry.
tried.
Sorry.
No, I thought you'd care.
No, I do.
It's passing on a lot of gossip.
I know. I'm sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Finish with the one you once had for me, the Anne Tyler.
Yeah.
Well, you should bring them back when you've done with them. Put your buy for me, so I can sell them again. And that way, everyone benefits.
Yeah, I'll do that. Gladys, I'm sorry.
Okay, we just
Yeah.
She's had a hard night, but she's responding to the antibiotics now.
Good.
She's right up.
Willful. She's willful.
Samantha would like Andrew to come in to talk to you both.
About what?
Well, I know she wants to talk to you.
Right. When?
Think around 4, if that's possible.
Hey. Hey, honey. Hey, Mommy. How's she doing?
She's doing okay.
You get that gorgeous hair brushed. Doctors have you all entangled. There you go.
You okay, boss?
Sure. It'll be fine.
I've told her to come at 4 if you'd still like to see them then.
Yes, that's perfect.
I can be there.
He'll be vital.
That bad, is it?
You're always vital.
You still going to those sessions with Dr. Stewart?
I don't have time.
You look thinner.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm entirely fine.
I'm going to start bringing you in a sandwich.
If I start eating your sandwiches, then I really am in trouble. You could say.
And you could fuck off.
Right, yes. Oh well. But in the meantime, let us admit young Anushka.
Hey. You're needed after all. They want to talk to us. 4, I think they said. I think there might be something wrong. Just get here as quickly as you can, will you? Yeah.
Oh man.
Hi.
Hi.
Coffee? Oh, that's going to be cool coffee around here.
I'm fine.
I like the coffee.
I always get a good one. Nikki, white sugar, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. It's one sugar I'm cutting down.
Good on you. I can't.
So have we met before?
No.
Nikki.
Sure. Apologies. He's one of our palliative care consultants.
What are you meeting with?
I just wasn't telling you, I keep falling asleep, I'm a bit tired. Yeah, I've been asleep a little bit. I had no electric all day. No, I had no electric and my phone died.
and I had to go to my neighbours at the back and charge my phone, and then phone British Gas, and they're phoning me tomorrow, and we're going to do direct debits because they give me a card machine. Actually, well, what it is, yeah, it's pretty fucking shit, actually. You all right there, Mum? Oh, yeah. Yeah. What are you watching? All right. Yeah. Huh? I can't quite hear you. I've been at home all day with no electric. No, I had to sort gas. I had to sort my electric out. Oh, nothing really. I was watching Sally. What? What time you go to bed then, Mum? Yeah. That carer was nice. I think it was today, no, yesterday when I see a carer at your house. Huh? Was it Sam, that lady? She looked at me and she gave me the phone to you. Yeah, she's right. Huh? 8 o'clock. Aye? Yeah. What did you have for dinner, Mum? Oh, she had a burger. Yeah. Yeah. She looks bigger now. Mum looks big, quite big now. Oh, it's 20 to 10. It's 20 to 10 now. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Mum. What? No, I've got a new packet here. Yeah. No, I won't, Mum. I might go to bed in a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing really. Yeah, I know. I feel like going to bed. killed by the NHS. Probably killed by the NHS. Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah, really. Have you seen my belly, dude? I'm big, ain't I? It's terrible. That's Chips Top Chippy, Matt's Bakers, and hospital food and medication. Yeah. Well, the chip shop's Barbie now. Because I started slagging off the prices over on Facebook. He's like, oh, you can't come in no more. Yeah, really. I bought 4 pasties today. Oh, yeah, I was going to go to Italy and have liver and bacon, but I feel too done in. Oh, I had no electric. I had a sort of gap. I got, look, this is what I got. Yeah, really. Yeah, okay. Love you, Mum. Love you, Mum. Yeah, I will. All right, Lee. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Will you sleep right, Lee? What time do the carers come round through the night? Really? Really? That's crazy, man. That's Lee's bed, isn't it, Mum? You sleep on the settee, don't you, Lee? Yeah, all right, then, Lee. All right. Yeah, okay, all right. See you later. Bye. Bye, Mum. Yeah. See ya. Oh, man. I've been live for 4 hours and 54 minutes. That's crazy. Oh. Yeah. NHS, you're a lot of shit. NHS is shit. I was slim, right? And NHS sectioned me and fucking hell. They made me fat with medication and shit like that, you know what I mean? Fucking hospital food. And when I got out, I was eating at the baker's and fucking the chip shop. I'm kind of glad I'm not eating at the chip shop no more. Fucking, you know what I mean? Can you imagine kebab meat and chips every day?
Got a very big ego, embedded in me, that's a heritage ego. And then payday with some mosquito. And now I'm being car entertained. Bummy boy, need my boy fresh in a tuxedo. Me and my UK steady blowing. I'm a woman who can teach you a little something about class. All diamonds will forever be a girl's best friend. Everything's imperative in the way I live. I know it's material and not irrelevant. All the serious work's home, not inherited. Tell myself I rate my fellas if I never did. Self-loving, need more self-loving. That's how it goes. They wanna know you when you're buzzing. The first things first, number one, no priority. Do what you want, doesn't phase, doesn't bother me, honestly.
I can't sleep at night. I don't wanna fight. My best friend is I'm so selfish. Yes, I'm in denial. Baby, I know you're right. Hurry up my life. I'm so selfish.
Love and hate can never be friends. Don't rush everything in this divine turn. I peach, you couldn't handle a woman in my caliber. Had to let you mature like some fine wine. Yeah, no validation, no applause. You don't have to prove you got it when you know it's yours. I don't wanna be the story of one in the you need and you act brand new when I know the cause. Wait, hold it where you like. Till now I never been misunderstood. Till now I never told nobody no. Don't get it twisted, it didn't happen overnight. Still it felt like there's a reason when you was fit. Can't be concerned about what they're saying over there. I make it clear, don't be in and out of what you hear. They say I use it what I want and it isn't fair, but life isn't fair.
I can't sleep at night. I don't wanna fight. My best friend is I'm so selfish. Yes, I'm in denial. Baby, I know you're right. Hurry up my life. I'm so selfish.
Yo, 7 a.m. I hate it, but I'm loving a girl that I wait with. Yo, I like it when you sleep naked. I told you each day you're my favorite. Yo, life's so hard, but you make it good. Look, I ain't never shook, but I might be scared if we snooze on us. Trust, you can make me smile on the bus with a bag in my face when it's packed like, oh, like move, but I like you. Yeah, you're my all-day mood. Up in the morning, over the moon. When the sunlight touch my eyes and it shine down on your face. And I know it's time to rise with your hand on my waist. And you're letting me know that you're wanting me your way. So I will come your way to love, Yeah. I say what you wanna eat for breakfast. And you saw chauffeur a ball. Lie in the sheets and we still run about. Big things in there, you know my style. I don't need my mind hangovers no more. Well, I do, but they're better than before. Seeing you, I forget my food. Seeing you, I forget to pause. And we got the time that we want. Yeah, you got the day off. And I do too. So flat my marching move. When the sunlight touch my eyes and it shine down on your face. And I know it's time to rise with your hand on my waist. And you're letting me know that you're wanting me your way. So I will come your way to love, yeah.
You say something used to it. Hiding some of the closest things. You show me a different love. When you tell me to take a risk, I'll go wherever you want. Just to spend time in your arms.
When the sunlight touch my eyes and shine down on your face. And I know it's time to rise with your hand on my waist. And you're letting me know that you're wanting me your way. So I will come your way to love, yeah.
Where you Sean's Power Down playlist with Sean and Larry.
I'd like to protect mine. You like empty threats and coalitions. Demon time, rum and lime, and this little spritzer. Keep in mind that I was fine, but this little hiccups got me lying in my bed, meeting for me again. No lines, so speak to me, let me in. I'm good, I'm fine, think I've got this friend. Yeah, stress makes for better tales, but makes for better cells. I've slaved to this very well, from little girls to grown women, but they won't let us inside. Now we own the buildings. This isn't a manifestation of my imagination. This was written long before my parents got acquainted. So I'm stating what God has put in plan. Let no man take that vision and take your hands and make them planets. I got legions right in my hand. I'm feeling just like Thanos. I put a dent up in your line. If you try to cross my lane, a little splash up in a puddle. You can't ride this way. We're trying to break the system and affect some change. And you won't spend change. I'ma switch that pain because I can't feel that pain. So take it slow for me. I'll be there. For you, hold it down. I can take it slow, just take it slow. For me, and I'll be there. For you, hold it down. I can take it slow, just take it slow. I'll take it slow. I'll come through. You're a bad man, calm down. We'll come through. Yeah, hands up, let's run. I'll come through. You're a bad man, calm down. We'll come through. Hands up, let's run. I'll come through. You're a bad man, calm down. We'll come through. Yeah, hands up, let's run. I'll come through. You're a bad man, calm down. We'll come through.
Your reputation. Yo, I lost my reputation, and at the same time found my inspiration in the silence of the basement. Patient, because I'm good enough. I see these people on the bus, heads down instead of looking up, swiping for the love. Using life coming like a drug. Yo, I had to turn around and pull that plug. How can I win? Comparing others to my kin. Comments on the colour of my skin got me flicking through. A couple say I'm the king. A couple say I got this double chin. It's grim. I spend the next hour looking in the mirror, wonder if I'm really getting bigger. My hair thinner, heartbreaking as I grow a little bitter. Getting jealous to the glamour and the glitter, but it's not real life. Close my eyes, had to take my time. Realize that the life I find is not the life online. Got my phone off and walked outside and looked up to the sun that shines.
So take it slow for me, and I'll be there for you. Hold it down. I can take it slow, just take it slow for me, and I'll be there for you. Hold it down. I can take it slow, just take it slow. I'll take it slow. Let's run. I'll come through. You're a bad man, calm down. We'll come through. Yeah, hands up, let's run. I'll come through. You're a bad man, calm down. We'll come through. Hands up, let's run. I'll come through. You're a bad man, calm down. We'll come through. Yeah, hands up, let's run. I'll come through. You're a bad man, calm down. We'll come through.
BBC Radio 1.
Sometimes it feels like it's a dream. Everything is not as it seems. If only I could find a pair of glasses to help me see the ones who truly be. They live when we sleep. Pray my days will never get one. Take me far away from the sun. If only I could find a way through space-time, back to when I was be in me. They live in me. I can hear the bells ringing, reminding us why we're still here singing. It's Father Time, stuck in the matrix, living a lie. I'm not afraid to die. Take me back to 2014, saw a pic this morning, far along the journey. The future was alluring. On the other side of TVs, hoping that they see me, but they already see me. At least that's how I see things. Isn't it funny how the time flies? Like a G5 jet in the turbulence, but we gon' make it home tonight. Alright, 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 alright. My misery is boring, finally feel confident. Yes, that's an accomplishment. Many more comments to get. Just know whenever you need me, figure it out. Look up when you see me, and I'll be around. Cause when I'm home, I'm lost, let's go make it look easy. Oh, take it easy on me. This is my city, this is my city.
Bunch of pals here making lovely sounds together. Daniel Caesar and Mustafa, Eddie and Alcana, plus Johnny Blackman and the Big Pig too. I'm very happy to be your music companion on today's show with lush tracks from Lee Ross, Sampha, Drake, and this sleepy one from SZA. It's called Snooze.
I testify for you. I do that 3 more times again. I testify for you. I so that like you, that like you and all that will burn you. I'm not. Long as you joking now in for me, I got it. I've been skipping to it. I do bodies. As long as you dreaming about me, ain't no problem. I don't got nobody just with you right now. Tell the truth, I look better under you. I can't lose when I'm with you. How can us lose and miss the moment? You are so important. Nobody like you do. I can't lose when I'm with you. I can just lose and miss the moment. You are just so important. Nobody do body like you do. You do. In the top time ride with you, I feel like Scarface. And the waits with the bob, I be your main one. This place is like give it back up to my place. Sex around you on the bed and I'm your day one. We had, yeah, it was magic, yeah. Smash and grab, yeah. Nasty habits take a hold when you're dying. Ain't a home when you're not. Hard to grow when you're not. I'm saying, I can't lose when I'm with you. How can I lose and miss the moment? You just too annoying. Nobody do body like you do. I can't lose when I'm with you. How can I snooze and miss the moment? You just too important. Nobody do body like you do. You do. friend? Are you fronting on me and don't remain one friend? Are you blaming on me through the red one lion? Are you praying to leave it on the main one point? Just trying to figure everything, main one friend. Are you fronting on me and I'm the main one friend? Are you blaming on me and you the main one lion? Are you blaming on me and I'm the main one friend?
You know when I'm with you, how can I lose and miss the moment? You just so annoying. Nobody will bite like you do. I keep lose when I'm with you. How can I snooze and miss the moment? You just too important. Nobody will bite like you do. You do. This is Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean and Larry. I've never known someone like you. Tangled and love stuck by you. Found the clue. Don't forget to kiss me, or else you'll have to miss me. I guess I'm stuck forever by the glue. Oh, and you. You've been hiding in plain sight in a fear all alone. Loving you once only feels wrong. I need you. I always knew I'd find you to be here. It's worth the wait to on that line. And I say I've been stuck by the glue. I've been stuck by the glue. Why don't you? I've been stuck by the glue. I've never known. I've never known someone like you. I've never known. I've never known someone like you. What would it take to break the curse? I found another universe. One you would have me, one I would be alone. I'm growing tired of the offense. Faithful design on impotence. I go to you, smooth my hands for love. All I wanted, I am transported to another plane when I close my eyes and lay me down. Oh, when I close my eyes and lay me down. If I created my own world, I should be open and unfurled. I never get away out of the storm.
Deliverance wouldn't assuage. The galaxy would be a guide for love. For love. All I wanted, I transported to another plane. When I close my eyes and lay me down. Oh, when I close my eyes and lay me down.
Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean and Larry.
When somebody said my nose looks small from the left side of my head, so that's what I post on the internet. All it takes is one strong kid in math class, like into a bus, and that's it. Body dysmorphia. But I'm sick of hating God for the shape I'm not. And I trade every fight I fought for lacking what I got. My first boyfriend said I was beautiful every time we lay in bed. Couldn't even try to believe it. I spent the whole damn time thinking he was such a to be lying. Couldn't even try to believe it. But I'm sick of wasting time. Wanted was not mine. I'd trade being better God for liking what I got. Don't be so pretty, funny. Don't be so pretty, pretty. Don't be so pretty, funny. Don't be so pretty, pretty. Don't be so pretty, funny. Don't be so pretty, pretty. Don't be so pretty, funny. Don't be so pretty, pretty. I'm sick of wasting time. Wanting what's not mine. I'd trade being that guy for liking what I got. Liking what I got.
Radio 1.
You made me old, wise beyond how wise I am. To body cold, so young cold, mighty on to cross another. I imitate, I trace your words to better fate. A better sorry soul, the sorry friends, they never scold. We won't joke around. I won't visit, and I'm Listen from here on, here on I don't write about you now. Man, you made a man, you made a man, you make a man break a bone to fix a heart, paint it nice and roll it hard while beauty breaks beneath the blues. You sang for you, I sang for you. Now I'm gone for days dry, and I'm seeing you and you're out of sight. We won't joke around. I won't visit, and I'm down. Listen from here on, here on. I don't write about you now.
Some supreme songwriting from this artist. A track I made chillest record on release by Leith Ross called Ask First. Before them, the angel that is Victoria Canal, her track called Shape. And I'll stay in that thoughtful realm with a track from Aloe Parks' 2023 record. She called it My Soft Machine, performing some tunes live for the first time ever out in Big Weekend in Dundee. And it's tricky to just pick one tune from it. There's a lovely selection of mellow cuts on there. But let's get lost in this. It's called I'm Sorry.
Butterflies in my sky when you sat me down at the Daylight Cafe. I know that I haven't been myself, but I lost my courage. I joined the hysteria and scrambled eggs. Try to pin me down, but I can't stand to show you he affected me. I'm sorry. It's easier to be I'm sorry. It's really just hard to trust anyone. It's really just hard to trust anyone. Sky blue shirt and I'm so desperately hot, but I know you're bad, and I can't make myself open up. As the sirens cry, I join the hysteria and scrambled eggs. Try to pin me down, but I can't stand for you to see me like this. I'm sorry. It's easier to be numb, I'm sorry. It's really just hard to trust anyone. It's really just hard to trust anyone. I've been working incessantly, but got one key goal to play. I've been working incessantly, like I was feeling trapped and crazed. Tried to tell my therapist everything. Tried to meditate, pain away. Tried to move out to LA, dye my hairline, be a saint. But I won't peek through the blinds I've shut in myself, and so nothing changed. Yeah, I won't peek through the blinds I've shut in myself, and so nothing changed. I'm sorry. It's easier to be numb, I'm sorry. It's really just hard to trust anyone. It's really just hard to trust anyone. It's really just hard to trust anyone.
This is Radio 1's Power Down playlist.
I don't see just for you. You said we meet the next day. All my plans were for two, and now I'm past the surface. I don't sleep just for you. What a waste of my day. Really wait on my day. What a waste of my day.
I shit real, but the money if you don't pay, she back up. I shit real, wanna pray for you, she found time. Yeah, Mr. Downside, moving too fast. Truth is so round. Ways you can say it, ways take the day out, you just wanna stay inside. Places to lay in, watch on the play out, see how the day goes by.
I don't see just for you. You said we meet the next day. All my plans were for two, and now I'm past the surface. I don't see just for you. What a waste of my day. Really wait on my day. What a waste of my day. What a waste of my day. I don't see just for you. You said we meet the next day. All my plans were for two, and now I'm past the surface. I lost sleep just for you. What a waste of my day. If really weighed on my mood. What a waste of my day.
Please don't run. These streets won't love you like I do. I can't love. But maybe with you I could try to. I don't rush. No. Maybe with you I would like to. Life ain't done. If you leave, then how will I find you? You know I'm so searching. I'm trying to find you. I'm trying to find you. I know it ain't working. You know I like you. That's why I find you. You know I'm so searching, I'm trying to find you, I'm trying to find you. I know it ain't working, you know I like you, that's why I find you. I wish you would hold me, the way that you hold your phone. Yeah, outside don't call me, you're home, putting in my home. So you ain't gonna go, just like paper I fold for you. If I'm ever on the road, I'm coming back home to you, I swear. Please don't run. These streets won't love you like I do. I can't love. But maybe with you I could try to. I don't rush. But maybe with you I would like to. Life ain't done. If you leave, then how will I find you? You know I'm so searching. I'm trying to find you. I'm trying to find you. I know it ain't working. You know I like you. That's why I find you. You know I'm so searching. I'm trying to find you. I'm trying to find you. I know it ain't working. You know I like you. That's why I find you. I've been clean this slate I sat with for years. Behind me, I'm yards away from them. I learned to love myself, I learned to love deep. To let go of my thinking mind and be my own divine, my divinity. This is for the breakdowns. This is for the times I felt this world. This times the darkest thoughts I let out. Finally I can move it on. I'll move it past it perfectly imperfect. And I couldn't last for more than what I am. It's not like I forwarded it. It's so much, but I don't need much. Love like that, hiding under rigors. I'm holding in on understanding why my spine's so tense. You tell my heavy heart up through the cold of feelings fraught with finding who to breathe within divine and divinity. This is for the breakdowns. This is for the times I felt this world. These eyes, the darkest thoughts I let out. Finally I can move along. I'm moving past it perfectly imperfect. And I couldn't ask for more than what I have. It's not like I forwarded it. Isn't much, but I don't need much with love like this.
Canada's afternoon bike ride, giving us a dash of indie lo-fi with one for the breakdowns. After Ruben Aziz, a new artist for me in 2023, his track called Find You. It's Shana Levy with you on the Power Down playlist, and into a cozy one from Sampha. It's Incomplete Kisses on Radio 1.
Those incomplete kisses, waking up with every step in this house we're sinking. But without to know to really care, the TV keeps glitching. The lights come out, the portals appear, and somehow you step out to say you're not by yourself now. Those incomplete kisses, those incomplete kisses. For too long you'll miss it. For too long you'll miss it. Don't let your heart hide your story. Don't let your mind hide your story. I never know. Fly high above all your memories. I have the birds of you. Just stood at the cemetery. He looks just like you. Orange yellow, purple blue skies. A painting soldier. I hear those cries. Don't you leave me, don't you leave me. Those incomplete kisses. Those incomplete. We too long your message. We too long. Those incomplete kisses. Those incomplete.
Radio 1's Power Down playlist.
Good to you. Made some mistakes, but I still loved you. I was good to you. Made some mistakes, but I still loved you. I guess I couldn't do for you the things you wanted me to, wanted me to. I guess I couldn't do for you the things you wanted me to, wanted me to. Wanted me to.
strung out on you on a Saturday night. There wasn't a girl made of my kind. I heard your voice at the wrong time. The silence got you on my mind. Get lost with everything inside and watch the world come back to life. I felt it sleeping at my feet as waves rolling out in the dream. And now I see you out my window. And now you see me out your window. 10 times and try. It's all you think of, I know. And I will see you out my window. And now you see me out your window. And now you see me out your window. And now you see me out your window. 10 times shy. It's all you think of, I know. 10 times and shy. It's all you think of, I know.
Radio 1.
How much better can I show my love for you and say I do, I do, I do. I do, I do, I do. You may not know right where you're going, but I do, I do, I do. And all the time you wasn't chosen, well, I'll make it up to you. All of the feelings you're not showing when your river's overflowing. It's the truth, swear to you. I do, I do, I do, I do, I do. And all that you are
I sink a line of stars in new reflection of the very moon. I do. Show my love for you. Can I show my love for you? Can I show my love for you?
This is Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean Ellery.
Maybe this fate was overdue. Baby, it's late and I'm confused. You showed me love that wasn't real. Can't teach yourself to be sincere. Where did I go? Where did the sun rise? How did I fall? Colors in the moonlight. Where did I go? Where did I realize my love wasn't whole? Silence is goodbye. 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 This time my questions lay with you. Lay with you. Lay with you. 'Cause each time inside I play the fool. Play the fool. Silly boy, where did that man go? The one that had my soul. The one that had my soul. Now little man, I left you on your own. With the whispers on your phone. I've been acting all alone. Where did I go? Where did I go? When did the sun rise? How did I fall? Colors in the moonlight. Then where did I go? When did I realize our love wasn't whole? Silence is goodbye. 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 Where did I go? Where did the sun rise? How did I fall? Colors in the moonlight. Where did I go? When did I realize my love wasn't whole? Silence is goodbye. Goodbye.
It's vintage Jodha Smith, sounding immaculate on Where Did I Go, an Elite album. Drake was on tour called Yebba's Heartbreak. And we have to part ways for now in a sec, but no, you can find this show and lots of previous ones on the BBC Sounds app. The full track list is there too for anything you want to add to your own playlist. I'd be honoured. And this will leave a sweet aftertaste. Some pretty amazing vocals here from an artist called Meita. Here's hers, called Through the Night.
I know you want. I know you're thinking. And right now, I don't mind. I'm tired of being alone. With too much to drink. And I'm tired of wasting time. That love don't come easy. How do I know you'll never leave me? Can you go? Take time to catch my vibe with you. Take me up, let me deep, make me weak with all of your might. Oh, you know that love don't come easy. How do I know that you'll never leave me? And you go for mine. Feeling some things I ain't felt in a while. I think you should try to blow my mind. Think you should try me through life. So that the only time I'm looking at it is when my eyes give you bring me to my knees to use me and give me just what I need. Try to blow my mind. Ooh, you should try me through it's not just making love. I need you to blow my mind. It's Monday night, it's 11 p.m. It's time for rock, metal, hardcore, and everything in between. This is the Radio 1 Rock Show with Daniel P. Carter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a cold, rugged, premeditated murder. It's the Radio 1 Rock Show. This show may contain swears and heavy content. You have been warned. Remember my name? It's a sickness, I'm stupid, now it's or is this forced from our fantasy? My make-believe idiosyncrasy. Just wanna find you and just let me on you. Just wanna find you and just quit. How's it going? You're listening to the Radio 1 Rock Show, me, Daniel P. Carter. There were no rubber boots. There was no money field at Download this weekend. It was so great. Tonight's show is going to be all about Download Festival, which took place Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you were there, let me know what your highlights were. 03700 100 100 on WhatsApp. Hit us up at BBC R1 on the socials. It was a truly immense 4-day event celebrating the 20th anniversary. We got to see so many bands, not as many as we tried to because there was just so much incredible stuff happening. And we spoke to artists, some of which you're going to be hearing tonight. You're going to be hearing from Corey Taylor, Ice Nine Kills, Parkway Drive, Pendulum, Motionless and White Neck Deep, Beauty School Dropout first though, I think. The band played on Saturday on the Dogtooth stage. I should say that I opened the show, my bad, with Hot Milk, Party on My Deathbed. The band played the Apex stage on Friday. They're also going to be at Transmit, Reading and Leeds. They got a UK tour in November. The album A Call to the Void comes out 25th of August. Now to the matter in hand. This could be a little bit wavy tonight because, like I said, 4 days in the field, feeling the burn somewhat, and actually got burned because the weather was incredible. So hot. Anyway, first artist that you're going to be hearing from tonight. Played Saturday on the Dogtooth stage, Beauty School Dropout.
Daniel P. Carter at Download Festival.
This is Beauty School Dropout. I'm Coley. I'm Bardo.
I'm Michael.
And I'm Beepus. Download has been fantastic. It's awfully hot. If you can't see sweat dripping down my forehead right now, as well as all of the rest of the foreheads in this room. But the show was fantastic. We're happy to be back in England. It was one of the craziest mosh pits we've ever had at a show, point blank. And the response and energy has just been beyond what we could have ever imagined, especially this young in our careers.
Can I just add, we want to move here. London is our home away from home. It feels like LA 2.0. It's like culturally welcoming. Everyone's so polite here. And I think the scene is just, it's emo LA. Authenticity means everything to us. So London is authentic.
Try to find some future ex-wives to give us some green cards so we can get over here ASAP. You know, in the red, Mike. The visa wives. So if anyone, you know, we have applications on our website, you know. Great companions. You know, I mean, we're like, we can cook. We can cook for you.
Hey, I can confirm I've been dating them, all three of them, for several years now. Great companion.
Dying to Be You is our most recent single. How it came about, we were writing it in the studio with our good friends Tyler and Drew, some iconic songwriters and producers in the scene. And at the time, I think we were all kind of dealing with our own set of mental health issues, and it was also Mental Health Awareness Month. So we just wanted to tap into that energy and let the people know we're here with them. We're still human. We're Beauty School Dropout. You're listening to the BBC Radio 1 Rock Show, and this is Dying to Be You.
If there's no rest, this place, then maybe I'm it. Cause that's what people tell me when I'm with my friends. But when I'm all alone and the curtains close, I'm getting lonely and I'm so losing all of my fears like filthy losing. And I ask myself what I don't wanna know. So I've been killing myself, dying to be. Holding my breath until my face turns blue. I got blisters on my fingers and I
the saddest of them all. Are you sure?
I've been killing myself, dying to be. Holding my breath until my face turns blue. I got blisters on my fingers and endless on my heart. I'm killing myself, dying to be. Dying to be.
Speed school dropout. This is Bambi Thug.
Something to do with telly. My daughter filmed Nelly watching me on this.
Right.
That was. I think that's why this has ended up being here.
So
it could be Nelly likes to watch telly.
Nelly is a watcher, and the others are. She's a viewer, and all the others are participants in the medium.
That's not correct.
No.
They've all been upset about something on telly. Apart from Holly, she went on telly to say she was upset.
And the others were upset about something
on telly. This is the fallout from Philip Schofield's departure from ITV. What did Holly say on her return to This Morning?
Her tone of voice suggested that Philip Schofield and everybody he'd ever known had all been murdered by terrorists. And so I can't believe he's not here with us. It's all right, he's at home.
He's vaping. He's having a lovely time with his vape.
And that is drip.
Let's have a look.
Right, deep breath. Firstly, are you okay? I hope so. Feels very strange indeed sitting here without Phil. And I imagine that you might have been feeling a lot like I have. Shaken, troubled, let down.
Did you feel let down, Ian?
I'm just wondering if that was a cocktail, shaken, let down. I think the audience doesn't feel anything except, well, this is quite interesting. Unlike the show normally.
Are you still bitter about being turned down as Weather Girl?
Yep.
You know what my main beef with this Watton is? That it goes on till 12:30. So,
yeah.
Still, the show must go on for Holly and the This Morning family.
Bring it in. Thank you. I'm here to joke about it. Thank you. Thank you.
All we can do now is be the family that we are.
Exactly.
Oh, so here's what we've got coming up. Many of us enjoyed the sunny weather this weekend, but if you have hay fever, you might feel differently.
It's just the most fantastic segue. Oh my God, my heart's broken, Anne.
Hay fever. What I don't understand is why they keep calling it a family, because it's like the mafia.
They're just a call on the audience, really. They are.
Yeah.
Confusing. You've got more respect for that.
Yeah, I mean, if me and Ian looked in the camera and said, hello, like what you've done with those curtains.
Who chose the wrong time to make a joke about it?
Joseph Stalin.
No, it's This Morning editor Martin Frizzle.
Oh, yes, the OG.
Yes. Basically, it was his attempt at a joke. Should we have a look at it?
Yeah, by all means.
Is there a toxic work environment at This Morning?
I tell you what's toxic. I'm always very toxic. It's aubergine. Do you like aubergine? Do you?
Is there a toxic work environment?
But do you like
at This
aubergine?
Morning?
Because I don't like aubergine. It's just a personal thing.
Well, in defence of Martin, he's a neighbour of mine, and I'd had him over for dinner the evening. The night before. Unbeknownst to me, yes, I served up aubergine. And
In order to head off further controversy, this week's British Soap Awards was hosted not by Philip Schofield, but by Jane McDonald, famous for her TV series Cruising with Jane McDonald. I tuned in to GB News to see what Eamon Holmes had to say about the situation, but no one told him the cameras were running.
I'm a bitch. If only they knew.
Only they knew.
Pussycat me.
Oh, no, how the fuck did I get home today?
Climate change is making turbulence on planes worse. That's according to Paul Williams, who's Professor of Atmospheric Science.
You sure we're on air?
We are.
It'd be nice if somebody spoke to
I
us.
think our batteries won't
Thank
change.
you. Thank you very much indeed. When he says, oh, how the fuck do you get home? In the background, you can hear someone going,
It's incredible for GB News that we replay those clips.
Yeah.
Because the audience goes from naught to our entire audience.
That's how Eamon Holmes pays off his mortgage.
Eamon, I think he's called.
Eamon.
Eamon.
I don't actually know who he is.
Chris Waffles was mentioned on this programme recently by Richard Ayoade. Let's have a look.
According to research, multi-storey car parks will struggle with an increased number of electric cars on the road because they're much heavier than their fossil fuel burning counterparts. That is, according to lead scientist Chris Waffles.
Why was he upset?
That's not how you pronounce his name. Is it Chris Wahabes?
Well, Chris emailed to say he wasn't a lead scientist, but in fact a structural engineer and parking consultant.
You can't park there.
So modest of him.
It is very modest, so yeah.
So I'd like to say sorry to Mr. Waffles, winner of Best New Car Park 2011, winner of the British Parking Association Lifetime Achievement Award 2015, chairman of the British Parking Association Structures and Asset Management Special Interest Group, but categorically not a lead scientist.
What was Mr. Pickles upset about? He's meant to regulate ministers taking jobs.
No one told him about Nadine Dorries having a show on Talk TV.
No, that's because no one's seen it.
No one told anyone.
That's shocking.
Yeah. I don't think she runs anything by anybody.
No.
She went on, I'm a celebrity, give me the money, didn't she? Without telling people.
Yes,
that's right.
And said she could best represent her constituents by not being there, which is true.
We talked about Jack Dee's daughter's dog before, but let's see what was on TV that upset her. Welcome to our news for Boris. I'm Jackie. This is Scott. So just sending that video in, just make sure she gets it. They've all been upset by something they've seen on the telly, apart from Holly Willoughby, who made a special statement about how upset she was on the telly. After everyone else had said their piece, it took Holly Willoughby more than a week to make a statement. Not like her to be last in the queue. Time now for the Missing Words Round, which this week features as its guest publication Buzzword, the magazine of the Bumblebee Conservation Trust. You can get your copy for cash, or if you've got enough of them, Nectar points. And we start with, in summer, bumblebees spend their nights what?
Sing Sting's greatest hits. Massaging a brothel. That was the biggest hit.
Yeah.
Massaging a brothel.
In summer, bumblebees spend their nights cruising hedgerows looking for queens.
They've done the joke already.
Way ahead of us on all of these.
Confusing road sign tells drivers what?
Welcome to Britain.
You're clear for takeoff.
To walk, to turn left and turn right. You see, when you see that one sign road sign that always gets me is the one which says low flying aeroplanes. But how are you meant to adjust your behaviour? Sort of sit lying in the seat or something.
Yeah.
Isn't it do not turn your head?
That's it, not to turn their heads. Here's the sign in full. No turning head. And the one above it was supposed to be an H for hospital, but the Conservatives haven't built it yet. If you find a what, consider yourself very lucky.
GP.
A reason to live.
Leprechaun. A reason to live.
Has the show been that bad?
Beehive. Behind you, sir. Beehive.
You're quite right. If you find a bumblebee nest, consider yourself very lucky. Next, llama what in Lancashire?
Kidnapped.
Goes rogue.
Yes, llama goes rogue in Lancashire. Llama from Yorkshire found in Lancashire. There you go. I just thought that all, wouldn't it?
Llama causes traffic chaos in Lancashire. The BBC News report began with the words, a llama caused a drama, but sadly didn't end with when it crashed into Bananarama and Keir Starmer on their way to Panorama. Bee enthusiast Malcolm Spooner should be what?
Avoided at cocktail party.
Should be applauded for his efforts to raise awareness about bees.
Close.
Should not be applauded for his efforts to raise awareness about bees.
Considered most important bee recorder in Devon and Cornwall before 1990. Spooner began counting bees in the 1920s. Obviously, it's easier now as there's hardly any left. When I say that, there's always loads in my bee traps. Finally, the Royal Horticultural Society has seen sense and what?
Banned Malcolm Spooner.
Disbanded. Has seen sense and has stopped calling tulips your highness.
Embrace weeds.
It's not on your card.
I can't find it.
No.
Well, the answer could be anything.
Finally, the Royal Horticultural Society has seen sense and stopped labelling garden animals as pests. Under the RHS's new system, the word pest will only be applied to 9 species of slug, a few species of aphids, and His Royal Highness the Duke of York. Dog breaks record for world's longest what?
Tongue. I saw that story.
Yeah, tongue. Here is the record breaker.
Yes. That's it.
Oh. That's extraordinary.
That looks painful.
Yeah, but your dog Nelly's paying attention now.
Yes, she is.
If you've
We found the level.
Yeah. That brings us to the end of the show. So who's won? Well, I liked Ian's team, but I also liked Paul's team. But which was better? There's only one way to find out. by checking the scores. Ian and Sing, you're on 6 points. Paul and Jack, you're on 7.
Oh,
well done.
Well done.
But before we go, it's just time for the caption competition.
Cheese Company auditions new model.
New Pope is chosen. Well, we can see you're not Jewish.
Yeah. On which note we say thank you to our panellists Ian Hislop and Zing Singh, Paul Merton and Jack D. And I leave you with news that as he tries to shake off the Captain Hindsight nickname before the next general election, Keir Starmer immediately regrets letting Twitter users choose his new one. As preparations get underway for the Hampton Court Garden Festival, a member of the King's Guard privately wonders if anyone has a spare hay fever tablet. And at the Roundtree factory in York, attendants tried to help Jeremy Hunt after a terrible accident with the chocolate dipping machine. You did order a flake with that. Good night.
Nick Lee stacked up on BBC Sounds. Listen now to your Friday night comedy from BBC Radio 4. The news quiz, the Now Show, all are there.
Reckon you could make this lot laugh? The BBC New Comedy Awards are back. Apply now at bbc.co.uk/New Comedy Awards. Here you'll find full terms and conditions and privacy notice.
We've got 2 weeks left on one more drama, so you boys, you've got a surprise coming. A new arrival. Moonbay, hold up. When I leave here, we ain't never coming back. Inshallah.
Man Like Moby. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
We're hitting the road to explore beautiful Britain.
Come on, let's go.
Something we haven't done since we was kids.
Dad, there you carry on. Tell it.
And opening up about stuff we've never talked about.
I'll let you down. The son, family, more important than anything in the world.
A right family holiday. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Now, time to take off your makeup. Not on this channel.
Blow up, gals. Start your engines. And may the best MUA win.
Don't worry. You are watching the right show, but this week, Glob is giving Rue a run for her money.
That's right. This week, the library is open officially as our MUAs take on the art of drag. Now, sashay away.
Last time, the MUA teamed up and went head-to-head with looks for Metaverse Fashion Week.
My biggest competition right now is Rue.
Saffron's team took the win, and at Globe Studios, she continues to impress.
This is a ding-dong.
But it was goodbye to Wesley as Axel scrapes through with a negative space smoky eye.
Top 5!
Yeah!
Now I want to show Val and Dom the full extent of what I can do.
Right, where are we going?
Oh my god, what is this play? Could be anywhere.
This week, the MUAs are heading down to the iconic cabaret bar Proud Embankment, known for pushing the boundaries with performance art.
Hey! Wow.
Hey, MUAs! Today is your day to slay. Are you ready to hear what your assignment is?
Yes.
Well, here to tell you is world famous drag queen, star of RuPaul's Drag Race, and your guest Judge.
Oh my goodness.
Trixie Mattel. Drag superstar Trixie Mattel became a household name after winning the all-star season of global sensation RuPaul's Drag Race. Podcaster and New York Times best-selling author, singer-songwriter Trixie now has over 5 million social media followers, as well as their own cosmetics line.
Hi. Hello. Today you've been hired by global makeup brand MAC Cosmetics.
Nice.
On a very exciting Viva Glam campaign to celebrate LGBTQIA+ History Month.
Viva Glam is a lipstick range and social campaign started almost 30 years ago to raise awareness for HIV and AIDS.
If you buy one of our Viva Glam lipsticks, 100% of the proceeds is donated to one of our charity partners.
A pioneer of the drag movement, legend RuPaul was the first ever face of the campaign, and since then it's featured big names such as Ariana Grande, Rihanna, and Lady Gaga, helping to raise a staggering $500 million for charity.
The Viva Glam campaign showcases 3 iconic shades of lipstick, so take this into consideration when planning your look.
The campaign features drag artists who are used to doing their own makeup, but today you'll be doing it for them. The MUA who impresses us the most will have the opportunity to come back and work for the brand again. And will receive 10 minutes of Trixie time during tomorrow's creative brief.
Yeah.
If your looks are anything less than sickening, I'll be taking you off the job, honey. And my makeup artist, Glow Up alumni Jack, will be stepping in. Okay, bring in the artists. Black Peppa.
This is the best day ever. I just really hope I can impress the judges.
Dave Lynn. Victoria Scott. Oh my God. Reese's Pieces.
Saffron has won a lot of assignments.
Cheddar Gorgeous.
So I think we're all hoping to beat her this time. I love you. Massive fan.
You have 2 hours until I need your artists, and your time starts now.
I want that one.
Let me just take everything so no one else does. I do drag, but as a drag king.
Perfect.
Yeah, my drag name is Please Desist. Yeah, I'm glad you got it.
Honestly, this is my absolute dream job. I literally started makeup with drag makeup. I'm trying not to fangirl, because I'm like...
Styles of drag are kind of impossible to pin down. Everything is blown out and extreme, but still based in beauty.
So we're talking deeper contours, bolder brows, but at the heart of it, it's all about the lip. So turn up the volume and make it big.
Every drag artist has a much-loved and unique identity, and to make sure the MUAs don't stray too far from their cherished looks, they've brought mood boards along for guidance.
It's very important for our MUAs to talk to their drag artist before they start doing the makeup.
Do you do like a feminine contour, or do you like to kind of blur the lines?
Blur the lines, yeah,
Nice.
gender bending.
So they know exactly what works and what doesn't.
I mean, I always use my own eyebrows.
It's funny because my style of drag is otherworldly. My foundation is usually a color of some kind, like bright neon pink or.
Well, it's always the first time.
So do you have a very specific look in mind?
Well, I always like something that looks a little bit organic, as if the outfit or the headdress or whatever I'm wearing is kind of part of who I am.
I'm not a drag queen, I'm a drag king. So while I have a lot of experience with drag techniques, I don't have that much experience doing drag queen makeup.
Hi, Rue.
Lovely to meet you.
What's your plan with Cheddar today?
So I know that Cheddar likes crazy out there looks with a lot of things stuck onto the face. The dress has roses on it and gems. So I'll be doing something with these flowers. You know, not a typical glam drag, something a bit more spooky out there.
Yeah, she says you don't normally go for glamour. How do you feel about it?
I was wondering about that.
She's like, well, Cheddar's horribly ugly, and I thought we would kind of incorporate that.
Glamour is in the eye of the beholder. It can come in many wonderful forms.
Because that outfit has
massive spikes. And I was thinking, have the spikes, but getting like paper. And I was thinking about like spiking it right out.
You're going to use paper to do that?
See, yeah, I don't do drag on other people, but I do the drag makeup on myself as a hobby. So for me, doing drag makeup on like an actual drag artist, I am pretty scared.
Hi, Arme. Hi. Are you excited to be doing this look today?
I am extremely excited as I am a retail artist and I really, really want to become a Viva Glam ambassador. So I'm like drag and then this being together is stressing me out because of how badly I want it.
Well, how do you feel about me judging you? Does it make you feel better or more nervous?
Extremely nervous because I know like your standards are top notch. Absolutely beautiful.
God. Well, you obviously have incredible taste in drag, so that should make you feel very confident.
The products that I'll be using today is literally anything thick. Thick makeup, thick powder, rhinestones, glitter, basically anything drag related that I can get my hands on.
After surviving last week's face-off, Axel is ready to fight back and show off their drag artistry.
Our objective for today is to merge our styles together. Dave's look is like old school levels of drag. It's all about like basically putting a slap on. So I'm taking Dave's colors and shapes and then adding like the different levels of like refinery that you get in the new school.
Okay, so how are we feeling about Axel over there?
Well, having a mature male in the chair for drag makeup is a stronger battle. You're working with somebody's decades-long career expectation of what they should look like, and Devlin's never had the brows covered.
Yeah.
So I can tell that Devlin is trusting,
Yeah.
but also like, all right, I'll see what you're doing. Wow.
It's a lot. It'll get better, don't worry.
Hanging upon me.
Hi, I hope I'm not interrupting.
You're definitely not. Stay as long as you want.
What type of drag are you kind of representing over here?
I want to go for a really like snatch, like pulled back type of a look. Very much like what Victoria already does.
I have to ask you, like drag performer to drag performer, I would be scared to do my own makeup for a Mac campaign.
Literally, this is the first time I've ever had someone else do my drag makeup.
And you never met until today.
Literally.
It's a lot of trust.
5 minutes ago.
Nice to meet you. I don't want to put the pressure on, but no matter how this goes, these drag artists have to live with these pictures forever. And I can tell you personally how quickly something on Glow Up can become a meme.
I know, right?
Reese's look is very edgy. I'm thinking like big, bold, dramatic. It's like that shape.
I like to use my eyes and my brows a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of surprise, a lot of growling.
30 minutes gone. 1 hour, 30 minutes remain.
Axel has finished the popular drag technique of blocking the brows and is now setting them so they can draw on new ones.
Drag makeup is really unique because it's all about reshaping the face. Sometimes you're taking masculine features and making them feminine, or feminine features and making them masculine. And so it's all about understanding angles. It's kind of like trigonometry with eyeliner.
This is interesting because you'll tell you what, this reminds me of drag kinging. This is how, like, because obviously you're mixing the masculine and the femme.
Do you think that there's a lot of societal pressure at the minute to sort of identify a certain way?
I think so. Even within the queer community, there's a lot of sort of fitting in a box. It's difficult in drag as well because I am female presenting most of the time in drag. So I will, of course, always accept she, her pronouns. But friends and family call me just Vic, and I go by they, them out of drag.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, but you're one of the first people I've told.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy that like, I can hear that from you, to be honest. Like when I go out and I am dressed up in like full geesh and people are saying she, her to me, it does really, like it makes you feel good. So my makeup style, I'd say, is somewhere between glam and goth, with some drag elements in between. When I was 14, 15, I discovered Drag Race. I was like, this is amazing. Like, I think my strengths are like feminizing the face and portraying my inner femininity, because like naturally I do have like quite masculine features. If I could show a different side to me and show that like it can be pretty in a different way, and just sort of like push it out with them, have a little bit of fun with it, because life should be fun and it should be experimental, and why not enjoy yourself while you're here? this is like what I want to do in like when it comes to career wise. Like I want to be able to work with amazing artists like Victoria.
You're doing great, sweetie.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Straight ahead at me. And like open your eyes for me.
What's going on with On May and Black Pepper over there?
There's like a blue paper thing. It looks like it's either the beginning of something that's going to be really cool or something that's horrible.
Oh.
And I hope it's really cool. I want to believe because On May, her makeup is beat.
I think is doing pretty okay. I'm wanting the blue to be a lot more deeper, but other than that, I think I'm alright.
What's your favourite bit of the face to do?
Skin.
Really, you like doing the base?
Yeah.
What about our lovely Rue down there with Cheddar?
Technique wise, I feel like I can tell that Rue is a really good makeup artist.
Yes.
But the time seems to be slipping away. I'm like, we're moving and there's still not much on the face. Like, let's move it along.
I'm always worried about time. I've had some very difficult experiences with not finishing my makeup looks, and I don't want to be there again.
Look at something like that before.
Cool.
Just took my brow.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit more extreme than what you're used to.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh, hi,
Everyone, hi. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. I'm just looking at Dave's mood board, and I'm just gonna like try and like replicate some of the same kind of ideas that he's got going on as well.
What would you say is the most complicated part?
Probably the eyes. There's lots of different areas that can mess up. That hopefully not mess up today.
You're feeling really confident, right?
Nothing nervous about that laugh.
1 hour gone. We need all the artists in 60 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Wig or no wig, we're taking them.
So I'm going in with like the shadows and like the depth, and then once I've gone in with that, I can go in with like the sharp lines and the highlights and all that type of stuff.
Right now I'm like contouring the nose. Reese said it's like the exclamation point.
Stop.
Oh, the colour, the colour.
Oh, I should have painted more of that. Oh, it looks so much better.
Hey Dave, can I steal you?
With only half an hour to go, Trixie wants to check whether the MUAs are delivering the looks that the drag artists want.
How's it going so far?
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous on the eyebrows.
I mean, it's something that's very different for him, you know? It's very modernized. I think he's used to like a pencil eyebrow, and I've given him a big, thick, bushy one.
I want to see the result.
Totally.
Whether I will like it, I can't tell you at the moment.
I've always said the worst thing you could ever do is a makeup artist's makeup because it's their job. But I'm totally wrong. Doing a drag performance makeup is hell worse.
Black Pepper, can I steal you?
Because it's their identity, it's their individuality. They paint their face all the time. You need to know what you're doing.
I think Black Pepper's actually really liking it, so I'm thinking like, okay, this could actually be good, but I mean, you never actually know.
I'm not feeling it.
You're not feeling it?
No.
What's not working?
The paper. To me, that had to be the embellishment. The base was like, to me, priority. And then this could have been like, if I had time.
We're back. All right, Almay, we have like 40 minutes left. And I'm just going to be honest, I couldn't tell if you did her skin yet. I think she should have as much foundation as, I mean, maybe not as much as me because I look insane, but I think she needs a little more clean, prepped photo shoot skin.
Okay.
And then my other feedback is let's just straight paper edges against skin. And there's not like one gesture, it's two different things.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to step out and let you do your thing.
It's good.
I mean, I think these should be at their core drag looks, but these still have to be beautiful to people who have no idea what drag is. Making the advertisement accessible to like your mom in the mall.
I just don't want to be in a red chair.
An hour and a half has gone by. We need the drag artist in 30 minutes. As a general rule, now is the time to put the clown paint on and move it along, Louise.
Rue has focused on trying to achieve the perfect base, but now their artistic flair can shine through.
I've added in some little dots of blush here, like if you've been pricked by a rose.
I feel like, what are those creatures? The Who's. Do you know, Ron?
You know, it is a bit who.
It's a bit Who.
Ooh.
I'm absolutely enjoying having my makeup.
I feel like I can say
sense that from you.
Yeah.
You should keep going. Meow.
This is definitely molding into what I think is like a merge of both my aesthetic and Dave's. I think he looks gorgeous.
Oh, look at that. I'll put more white in it. Look at that.
Graphic.
I am sticking some petals onto the face.
Oh my god, that's such a cute idea. Did I get you to go out?
With the clock ticking, for some, attention turns to the heart of the campaign, the lips.
I think the key to this look is making sure the lip is like a beautiful statement, because honestly, we're trying to promote the brand.
One of the challenges for our MUAs is that it has to be commercially viable. And if you're doing a beauty campaign and it's all about lipstick, let's see some lipstick.
Is she looking symmetrical?
Oh, it's such a lovely lip.
For a classic drag look, artists overline the natural lip with liner, which helps create an illusion of dimension, exaggerating the lip to maximum effect.
So I want to do like a purple lip, maybe a bit more pouty.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to look like the films that I had, like this highlights at the centre of your lip.
I'll work into it.
As Rue adds a second colour to their lip to create dimension, Kieran has opted for one bold colour.
It's a bit of a brighter red.
I just don't want to go too Christmas.
Don't freak.
With just 15 minutes to go, Onmei is still working on her blue statement eye.
Black Peppa, this is your campaign look, and this would be the time to have a final say about anything you need done.
I feel like you need some help, no?
I feel like I'll be okay. I'm going to try and put all my focus with the skin, because the skin, I think, is the main part for me to focus on.
Okay. If you believe you can get them, that's fine.
Okay.
Alright. 10 minutes, everyone, 10 minutes. So not a drag queen 10 minutes, the real thing, okay?
Let's put in some mascara in Reese's moustache. We're going for that androgynous look, so we've got to enhance it.
Don't move your mouth or muscle.
So I'm just putting lip gloss over the Viva Glam color.
What are you looking at?
I'm feeling so little bit stressed out. I would like you to feel good wearing it as well.
Oh.
I'm feeling it.